President Trump's International Board of Peace announcing a deal that would see Hamas disarm and Israel pull its forces out of Gaza.
The BBC has obtained the text of the 4-page roadmap, which sets out a phased process linking Hamas's disarmament to a gradual Israeli military withdrawal and the deployment of a new Palestinian transitional authority backed by an international stabilization force, with neither Hamas nor Israel moving to the next phase until the other has fulfilled its commitments. Smaller groups in Gaza would disarm first before Hamas begins dismantling what they described as its state-like military infrastructure of tunnels, weapons depots, and production facilities. Israel has not yet commented.
The BBC's Shaima Halil. An investigation underway following this week's cyber attacks targeting more than 30 water utilities in Minnesota. The FBI issued an advisory last week warning that Iranian hackers have been looking at water and wastewater systems. There have been no reports of any negative impact on water quality in those Minnesota communities affected. President Trump says this is a serious problem.
Last year alone, illegal aliens with commercial driver's licenses caused at least 30 deaths and many, many very seriously injured. As president, I made it our official policy to enforce English language requirements for truck drivers and support American truckers on American roadways.
Incentives being offered to encourage American military veterans who drove large military vehicles to consider a career in trucking. The president may withdraw the Attorney General nomination of Todd Blanche till after the midterm elections. Strong earnings reports from American tech giants, including Apple, have sent overseas stock markets soaring, and this morning Wall Street futures are higher. Dow futures up 274 points. NASDAQ futures better by 322 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-555-2085. 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
A migrant crisis engulfs the Iberian Peninsula.
Spain has deployed the military to Ceuta after thousands of people breached the border with Morocco. At least 9 people have died. A member of Spain's civil guards officers says it's absolute chaos. Video footage shows crowds of people, mainly Moroccans, in the water, many with inflatables at a local beach, walking onto land. A human rights official says the Tarajal border was opened under unusual circumstances and people crossed. This man, Salad, crossed the border.
We don't have a good life in Morocco. We don't have a good medicine, and we don't have a good teachers.
To reach Ceuta, located on the northern African coast, many migrants often swim from Morocco. I'm Ed Donahue.
Pakistani officials say rescuers have located 4 bodies among the 10 international climbers missing since an avalanche on Broad Peak. News and analysis at townhall.com. Doctors are learning more about the arrival in America of a devastating disease.
New research says ancient mummy DNA provides firm evidence that European colonization brought smallpox to the Americas. The deadly disease struck Asia and Europe and eventually spread to the Americas, where it killed millions and devastated indigenous populations. Researchers found evidence of smallpox infection from 2 mummified individuals in South America, dating them back to the 16th century. Jason Walker reporting.
Federal regulators are clearing the way for robo-taxis without steering wheels or eventually even brake pedals. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has proposed a rule allowing robo-taxis to operate without brake pedals, but that proposal still pending. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Well, happy Friday, everybody. We made it. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hopgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in the capital of the South, Richmond, Virginia. High today there of 88. A low this evening in the River City of 66. Right now, the temperature in RVA, 68 degrees. Squirrels fall to Somerset, 4-2 yesterday. First pitch tonight for the two teams at 7:05. In D.C., a high today of 90, a low tonight of 71. Right now, the temperature in the nation's capital, 72 degrees. The Nats fall to the Braves, 5-4 yesterday. In Atlanta, a high today of 90, a low tonight of 73. Right now, the temperature in Georgia, 71 degrees. 7:15 first pitch tonight versus the Nats for the two teams. In Nashville, you're looking at a high of 91, A low tonight of 75. Right now the temperature in Middle Tennessee, 66 degrees. In Philadelphia, you're looking at a high today of 88, a low tonight of 71. Right now the temperature also 71 in eastern Pennsylvania. The Phils will be at Baltimore for the weekend. First pitch tonight at 7:05 p.m. Morgantown, shout out to all Yins there in West Virginia. High today of 86 degrees, a low of 62. That sounds pretty good to me. Even better, 56 right now in West Virginia. And last but certainly not least, my Yinzers in the 412. A high today in the Steel City of 88. A low tonight of 66. Nothing like Mario Lemieux. And right now the temperature is 58 degrees in Pittsburgh. Buccos lose to the Reds last night 3-2. 6:10 first pitch for the two teams tonight. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins tomorrow morning from 9 to 11, all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. Well, hold on to your butts. Now it's time for a few words to the wise. Okay, so MAGA. Wait. Hold on. Let me explain. Give me a few minutes. Look, I'm MAGA. But I'm not. Wait, what, Dan? How can you be MAGA and not be MAGA? You can't eat your cake and save it too. No, look, I get it. But it's true. I'm MAGA, but I'm not technically MAGA. Okay, here's what's up. So our MAGAs share the same acronym, but with one word difference. These two different words both start with the same letter, and multitudes conflate these two words with one another. Yet, the two words in question aren't quite the same, and philosophy is all about precision after all, okay? The word great, technically, signals importance, significance, whether for the better or for the worse. Indeed, something historically awful can be great, that is, important or significant, just as readily as something historically advantageous can be. Furthermore, if something is historically awful or advantageous, it's great in perpetuity. Nothing will undo the meaningfulness of some historic occurrence. So it is with America. America is and always will be great. She was, at the very least, the first country of her kind, if she isn't the only country ever of her kind. Accordingly, there is no making America great again, because she could never be anything less than great, anything less than a landmark in earthly history. And why is it that America is great? What made her so? Well, if you've been paying even the slightest attention to these Dan Hobgood reports, you already know the answer to that question. America is great because she represented the first time ever that, if I may quote the original Dan Hobgood report, man ceased to be a pawn and became himself a primary, his own primary. He ceased to be a subject and became instead a sovereign over his own existence. By her charter, America was the first morally legitimate country in the history of our world. In short, in America's case, what made her great was that she was good. Although not perfect, she represented a beacon to the world, as for some time she genuinely strived to be a more perfect country that more fully acknowledged and defended man's rights. Yet, while for that reason America has always been and always will be great, somewhere along the way she began to lose her moral way. Instead of trending in the right direction toward a more perfect union, she started to slide backward in the wrong direction. Rather than more fully sanctify man's rights, we began to vilify them. The adverse consequences are undeniable. Billion-dollar deficits, trillion-dollar debt, the enshrinement of government-initiated theft, of robbing Peter to pay Paul, a so-called justice system that punishes the innocent not by accident, but rather by design, and whose most nefarious criminals often are the ones on the taxpayer dole, those to whom we've assigned the public trust, so on and so forth, etc. Though goodness does not require perfection, goodness does require effort and earnest conscience. And this effort America, by and large, has abandoned. Look, "Make America Great Again" is a catchy phrase. I admit it, and it's innocuous enough. Yet, strictly speaking, we don't need to make America great again. What we need to do is make America good again. I'd like to believe that somehow it's not too late, that we can reverse the backward trend and save this country. It's going to take more than empty promises from our leaders, though. It's going to take real positive results. I guess you could say that in addition to belonging to my own brand of MAGA, I'm a proponent of a personalized version of MAHA, too. Make America hope again. We'll pick up here on Monday. In the meantime, folks, have a great weekend. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Crazy as it sounds, kids are using AI to make sexual depictions of people. Like, "Hey Claude, make a picture of my English teacher naked," or something. A CNN story says 75% of teens have seen online pornography, but this new phenomenon freaks people out because no one has the ability to control it. No Hugh Hefner to first audition the image with a weekend at the mansion over oysters and drinks. The story says a fifth have even created AI-generated sexual content. Apparently, nudification apps are ubiquitous. While teens are making and looking at this stuff, most are also worried about being the victim of it. Aha! Hang on to that for a sec. The story admonishes parents to get ahead of this and not only have the talk with their kids, but have ongoing talks. A suggestion which could go south really quickly, right? You'll have a nice lady from the state knocking on your door one afternoon with a questionnaire for you and a squad car waiting in the driveway. But the story also emphasizes that, quote, AI-generated sexual content affects how they view what their body should look like. This is especially concerning considering teenagers are at a time in life when their bodies are changing constantly and rapidly, close quote. $1 million idea from outside the box. Have kids contemplating a sex change to first create an image or video of themselves naked in their new gender. Post it to all of their friends and the world. Then see how that goes over first before making an irreversible surgical decision. Or would that be humiliating and create lifelong emotional scars? Ahem. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sport much, and you do a great job.
right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Wagering at its finest, playing at the highest levels, under the highest stakes, for more than a decade. This is the world Past the Wire has conquered, bringing you uncompromised thoroughbred authority and elite track data that anchors the game. But the modern wagering landscape is expanding. Every sport, every line, every prop, and every high leverage future, we decode the metrics across the entire board. From game day spreads to the explosive new frontier of prediction markets and event contracts, we give you intelligence to dominate the modern financial exchanges. Because in the end, it's a battle. You versus the house. You versus the other players. In this arena, we fight with you. We are your ultimate edge. Welcome to the Ultimate Wagering Network. Subscribe to Past the Wire TV and turn on notifications because when the dust settles,
nobody does it better.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable.
Hi, it's Tina with the John Fredericks Media Network, and I actually started taking Lean myself last week, and I'm already down 2 pounds. What I've noticed most is my appetite and sugar cravings. I'm usually hit with the munchies around 4 o'clock, so I started taking Lean just a little bit later in the morning, and I can really tell a difference when my normal snacking hour rolls around. Also, I play a lot of pickleball, and since taking lean, I feel like I have so much more energy. Trying to lose weight at 55 has been incredibly frustrating, so my personal goal is to lose 20 pounds by the end of the year. And there's another reason why I'm serious about this. My last 2 blood sugar reports weren't where I wanted them to be. With the help of Lean, I'm working on my diet, exercise, and weight because I want a much better health report when I see my doctor again. And I'd really like to avoid hearing him say, "You should be on metformin."
The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Found the truth still standing right. John Fredericks on the dial, cutting through the noise in style. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla of truth. Hear that roar. Godzilla of truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more. Godzilla of truth. From the back rows to the wire, he talks that hot truth fire. No polished mask, no paper crown. He tells it plain, he lays it down. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla of truth. Hear that roar. Godzilla of truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more. Godzilla of truth.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
Well, this camera's all washed out, so I don't know what actually went on last night, but we're gonna have to fix this. We're gonna have to fix this. I cannot do this, Dan. So we're gonna have to go to a commercial. I don't know what Ryan did yesterday, but I got to fix this. I'm gonna be right back.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, well, we're still a little washed out here. Not really sure what we did last night, but we're going to have to fix it. Not going to be able to do it today, so I'm going to do the best I can on camera. It's just all washed out. We'll deal with it when we get to the bottom of the hour. Thanks for being with us, folks. As always, want to thank our team for putting this all together. Our new show launching on Monday, which is going to be 6 to 7 p.m. That is going to be Past the Wire Sports. Past the Wire Sports. Want to check that out. 6 to 7 p.m. Wendy Bell Live. Come to the John Fredericks Media Network, and that will be Wendy Bell Live will be with us starting on August 17th. Now, in the meantime, ABC firing back at FCC Commissioner Brandon Carr, saying that they have a right not to broadcast the president's speeches if they so choose. So that will make its way through the process. Brandon Carr, by the way, is going to be with us on Tuesday about 9:15. So we look forward to that. Get his response for that. Brandon Carr, of course, the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission. Now, we still don't have anything on the SAVE Act. We still don't have the Senate agreeing to stay. I'm going to tell you, if they go on vacation, this is going to be probably one of the biggest disasters that we've had for some time in the U.S. Senate, without a doubt. This is going to be a catastrophe beyond belief if these senators go home and they've not even voted on the SAVE Act. Now, I want to caution everybody, you are going to get a plethora over the next 2 weeks. You're going to get a cornucopia, a smorgasbord of fake polls. These are not real polls. These are not polls designed to tell you what's going on. These are narrative polls. And when Decision Desk, which is one of the operations that a lot of people look at, when the generic lead for the Democrats started to go down, and Decision Desk was now calling this a very close House race and not likely to win the Senate, all of a sudden now you're going to see Emerson and other polls come out telling you the Republicans are getting crushed, that Taralico is going to win Texas, and that Sherrod Brown is going to win Ohio, and the Democrats are going to gain 50 seats. All of that is going to be coming over the weekend and the next week, because this is the Democrats' playbook. I mean, it's very simple, folks, and you just got to brace yourself for it. The playbook is very simple. They can't win, right? They can't pass this. If they pass the SAVE Act and the Democrats can't cheat, they lose. They can't win without cheating, and they can't win if Americans vote, and they can't win if Republicans turn out, and they certainly can't win with the lunatic candidates that they've put up all over the place. None of those scenarios provide them with an opportunity for victory. Zero, none, zip. So what you're going to get now, they're going to combine with constant narrative. Everybody hates the war. Trump's losing. Iran's winning. The straits are closed. The straits aren't closed. Oil is flowing. I mean, this is another misnomer, right? They keep saying, oh, Iranians are firing ships. No, they're not. No, ships are getting through. We're going to eventually control it. They're going to be telling you that the Houthis are blocking the Red Sea. They're not. They fired a couple of slingshots. They're going to tell you that the Iranians have hit bases and they've blown up, F-16s. All lies, right? They are going to go with Baghdad Bob. They're going to go with a narrative coming out of the IRGC, because these people, the fake news is so desperate to get rid of Trump, as they were during COVID. They just want him out of there, and so they can't do anything about him. So they're going to continue to tell you how the Republicans are going to lose in the midterms in order to depress the base. This will go on now, August to November. It'll go on. It'll be nonstop. Every poll you see is going to show Taralico winning. Every poll you show is going to show Sherrod Brown winning, and we can't win North Carolina. This is going to be every single poll. Look at them all, except the real ones: Rasmussen, Trafalgar, and Stephanie Bohaya. Except the real ones. This is what you're going to get now for the next August, September, October. You're going to get this 90 days straight. So you just ignore it, right? Taralico is not up by 5 in Texas. Do you know that internal polls show Paxton up by 7? There's no way this guy is up by 5. but they just skew it so that, oh, Taraligo's going to win Texas. Oh, Texas is going blue. It's a disaster. Oh, the Democrats are going to win 100 seats. None of this is real. All of this is a facade. All of this is a complete and utter joke. So just brace yourself for this, folks. Lace them up and lace them tight. We got 90 days. This is going to be ugly. And we're going to the convention in Dallas. We're going to have a great 3 days in the middle of September. But brace yourself for the fake polls, because they're coming, and they're going to come every day, and they're going to try to depress the base. And they're also going to tell you that the base is split. Yet when we do real polls, 95% of the base is with President Trump. But they're going to tell you it's split. You know, Megyn Kelly is going to come on and say there's no more MAGA, right? We'll play that clip when we get back. All of that is going to be coming. None of it is real. None of it is true. So where you're going to get the truth and you're going to get the real numbers is right here. Right now, I'm predicting we actually gain a seat in the Senate. We're actually going to gain a seat in the Senate, and we're going to keep the House by a handful of votes. We are going to win the House. We're going to gain a seat in the Senate when it's all said and done. John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. Stay with us.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com, and use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The J. Fred Media Menu, now serving hot takes of Rob Carson.
I want to talk a little bit about this transgender Canadian shooter. This is a tragedy, but I'm telling you, it doesn't help to avoid, because you're afraid of offending, the massive signs that this kid was going to do something. We are finally, I think, getting back to the fact we can say that boys who think they're girls, maybe there's something wrong.
Rob Carson Show, weekdays noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central on J. Fred's Media Network.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, it's good to have you back. We're going to go without the camera for a while till we can figure out what exactly happened here last night, as I'm all washed out. We got a great show for you coming up. Elaine Parker's going to be with us at 7:05. J.R. Young, he's going to be with us at 7:30. Rob Curley coming in studio live. Hopefully we can get this fixed by then. McCabe is going to be with us allegedly 8:35. Many times he doesn't show up, so who knows? And then, of course, the Virginia gang. Jim Draymond's going to be joining us there, Maine GOP chairman, and then pass the wire as well with Frank Zaccanelli. So we have a great lineup today, great show, and hopefully we can get this camera fixed. Hey, let me start with our Bible verse of the day, one of my favorites, Colossians 1:13. For he has rescued us from the kingdom of darkness and transferred us into the kingdom of his dear Son, who purchased our freedom and forgave our sins. Very nice. Couple other tidbits here of information. Ralph Norman is leading the South Carolina race. That is in 2 weeks. That's going to be on August 11th. Norman with a insignificant lead over Darlene Graham. Darlene Graham likely to win that race with President Trump's endorsement, but Ralph Norman at 22%, Darlene Graham 21%. That thing's a toss-up. Darlene Graham likely to win. We're going to try to get Ralph Norman on our show. These Iran lies go on. I'm going to run this Megyn Kelly clip here. We're going to get the cut one. This is what you're going to continue to hear over and over and over and over. This is all you're going to hear about how MAGA's split up and the base is staying home and the war is a disaster and it's a war of choice and it's isolationism and none of the kids are voting for Trump, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is all you're going to hear. And here's Megyn Kelly starting it off July 31st. Way to go, Megyn. Roll it.
How did this happen? Because truly, we could run the soundbite. We haven't run it, but we have one queued up. It's got about 20 examples of President Trump when running saying, I don't want war. There won't be a war in the Middle East. If you vote for the other side, you're going to get war in the Middle East. The last thing we want is war with Iran. He's on camera so repeatedly saying it. And there's been a war within the Republican Party, a civil war, a rhetorical war about the neocons versus the more isolationist wing. All the young Republicans are in the isolationist wing. I mean, if you want to bet on the future of the Republican Party and keeping people in it, you would side with the isolationists because there's not a person under the age of 40 who's a voting Republican who's in favor of this. They are the ones in that small minority that they keep showing when they show the people who are in support of this. Core MAGA reportedly supports this 90%, but the Republican Party, it's more like 77%, which is not great. That is actually not great for the Republican Party because the entire Democratic Party is against it and over 72% of independents are against it. Right. So how?
I don't, against what? What are you against? Are you against Iran not getting a nuclear bomb? I mean, when they say against it, what? I don't even know. What does this mean? They're against it. We didn't go in there for craps and giggles. We went in there because the leader of the free world had intel from the Pentagon that I verified the other day with one of our guests on, had intel that they were a month or so away from being able to deploy a number of nuclear warheads that could have the capacity with their ICBMs to hit London. I mean, I don't understand. Again, what are you against? They're against it. Against what? This is not Iraq. This is not Vietnam. This is not Korea. What are you against? You're against them, what? Controlling the straits and killing, you're for them killing Americans. They have been for 50 years. You're for them getting a nuclear weapon so they can threaten the entire global stability. What are you against? Even the questions are ludicrous. Now, the Democrats are using this to their advantage, and I understand it. But we've done a terrible job in explaining why the president did this, and it has nothing to do with Israel. The president doesn't want Middle Eastern conflict. That's why he's been trying to negotiate a peace with these people. But he said that you're just not going to have a nuclear weapon. And obviously, he was told they were very close. And then he made the decision to go in. And now you got to finish the job. You want to end this thing? Finish it. This tit for tat, you bomb us, we'll bomb you harder. That's just not working. All the IRGC is trying to do is string us out to November, and they know if they can get there and gas prices are still $3.50, the Democrats are going to win, and that they're going to cut the funding for the war, and then Iran wins. I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out. You don't really even have to be smart. You don't have to be anything. And here's the Democrats' problem. Like, let me give equal time here. Here's the Democrats' problem. Here's a Democratic operative. He's saying the party base has been radicalized, which is not appealing to all the working class. Like, no crap. This is why we're going to win. And the polls are going to say the opposite because they're fake. Just like the fake news, you're going to get fake polls. I mean, I actually got my older son texting me the other day saying, you guys are going to get crushed. Why do you say that? Taraliko up by 5 in Texas. I'm like, internal polls have Paxton up by 7. Okay, it's nonsense. But if you want to buy into it, fine. But they want to depress the base. That's what Kelly is doing. Oh, all the young people. Well, no, 95% of MAGA support what Trump did. So how is MAGA staying home? If 95% support what he did, well, only 77 Republicans support it. Okay. Support what? They don't. They support Iran having a bomb so they can terrorize the globe and us and hit New York with it? The hell are you talking about? Let's get to cut 2 here. Dems got their own issues. Take a listen.
Actually getting elected on the Democratic side.
On one of the interesting findings of this poll, they asked Democrats, do you identify as a socialist, a democratic socialist? 34% said yes.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. And it doesn't surprise me. I think over the last 10 years, there were people that I knew working in Democratic politics that ardently supported Hillary Clinton in 2016 and have now swung way to the left and are, now telling me that they're behind people like Abdul al-Sayed. And I think the base has actually radicalized in a more far left direction. I don't think that's a good thing, just so you guys know. I think it's actually like, the establishment Democrats kind of lost the trust of people in my family, right? Because they weren't able to economically deliver. It was sort of just pushing the status quo. Although Barack Obama did give me health care, and so I am really grateful for that, and I will always be because I have a lung disease similar to cystic fibrosis. However, other than that, there wasn't a lot of big transformation. And so the progressives are coming along and they're promising that. But they also come with all of this sort of far left cultural and social baggage that is not appealing at all to the working class of this country. And I think could drive an either bigger wedge between Democrats and people like my family.
You also have to look at who is really the core base of the Democratic Socialists, and it tends to be elite white people.
Let's get the phone lines. John in Monmouth County, New Jersey. John, line 1, you're live.
Hey, Johnny, how you doing?
Good.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, you kind of opened my eyes. It's like you see it everywhere now. Like they understand. Okay, so here's where I'm going with this. We're living. These are paid operations. Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson. I mean, Candace Owens. They all chirp on the same line. So what they've realized now is the messaging apparatus, the fake news, the people that pay for this stuff. These are paid operators. They understand that television doesn't work anymore. So they've actually infiltrated into the influencer space. And you can see now how they all stay on the same line. Now, what I've noticed it's ridiculous. They have, if you look online, the messaging into Texas, the Paxton Tallarico, how all these fake polls about how this guy, I want you to, everybody that listens to your show is good at one thing, and that's common sense, right?
Right.
Okay, so Paxton survived 2 impeachments from the Bush apparatus within Texas.
Right.
He survived the Republican Party dropping almost $200 million on his head and won by 20 points, right? Now, all of a sudden, you have some, half-baked, lesbian soy boy that's coming in to Texas, and he's ahead of Ken Paxton. Ken Paxton is going to win that race by 20 to 30 points. These are it's just if you look at it from that point, that what they tried to do to Paxton and he won by a landslide, and what they have up against him now, and all of a sudden this guy, the people of Texas have finally seen the light, and now they want to go for a guy that's into transgenders, doesn't like meat, stands for everything that 90% of the Texans oppose, but for some reason he's just so appealing. I mean, it's so ridiculous, over the top. It's insane. And they're going through now Abbott, this one, that one. I mean, so they have their eye on Texas. The bottom line, though, is this is what is insane to me. They've been doing this stuff since 2016. It hasn't worked. If anything, it's only growing against them. It's the definition of insanity. It's trying the same thing over and over and over again and expecting something different to happen. Get out of their way. But the bottom line is people really just need guys like you explaining to them that these are fake operations. And the beauty of it is now, like the Megyn Kellys of the world, the Candace Owens, the Tucker Carlsons, the people that, you used to say, oh, my God, these people, they've got some great things to say. You realize that they were complete frauds from day one. It's actually kind of sad in a way because, you invested some time in these people, but they're so exposed now. But it's once you see it, you can't unsee it, is what I'm trying to say. And they've definitely gotten into the influencer space, So you have to go for people that, like yourself, the Godzilla of truth. You're beholden to no one. You're going to say what you need to say, and that's basically where you need to just decipher your information. I use like the War Room, Promethean Action, a little bit of Bongino, you got to dig around and be smart now in terms of what you're listening to. But the polls, come on, think about it. You know what I'm saying? And what you said about the one bad thing, if I had one criticism of the Trump spear, is they are horrible at messaging. But what they need to do is, if you saw those, the invasion of Spain, you put that on a loop and you show it from now until Election Day, because that's exactly what the Democrats did and want to do to this country.
Well, and
that's all you really need to do.
The leadership of Spain is so afraid of the woke mobs, and they're going to let their country be invaded. That was an invasion you saw yesterday. People that don't know what
that was insane.
People that don't know what happened. These thousands and thousands of people came from Morocco. Spain has a border security system. They overran it, And the leader of Spain, whatever he is, the president, the premier, whatever his title is, prime minister, wouldn't do anything. He wouldn't stop them. So they just poured into the country. They just poured in by the thousands, right? Rafts and whatever else. They broke the gates and poured in. It's a total invasion. And they're going to suck the country dry. And nobody would stop them. And they wouldn't call out the military. They wouldn't do anything. They just let them go, and they're gonna suck their welfare system, and then there's going to be riots, rapes, looting. These were young, military-age men. These weren't women and children, okay, seeking safe passage. They were young men of military age. This is an invasion of a country, and they stood around and did nothing. That is how Europe's done, dude. Europe is done. This is what they allowed to happen here. Remember the caravans when, our friends would go down there with these caravans, and they show there was millions of tens of thousands of people coming up through Mexico, these caravans just pouring into the country, and we didn't do a damn thing about it. I mean, yeah, you need to show
exactly.
That. You need to show that every day.
100%. Put that on a loop. I mean, that was insane. And what do they have? They have the leader of Spain. Who's he standing next to? Alex Soros. Who's the main, one of the top donors to the Democratic Party? Alex Soros. That was planned. They are looking to destroy Western culture. This is a Marxist revolution. They want this country gone. Okay? Watch those videos. The Democrats can never be in power again because that happens on the day after a Democrat gets elected to the presidency. Mm-hmm. That's what they basically need to show people. Mm-hmm. And I don't care who you are and what your party affiliation is. If you understand that, there is no way you're going to vote for these mental cases. This party is destroyed. They are evil. And they want this country dead.
That's why I'm optimistic. Let's get to while you're here. Here's I don't run this guy a lot, but here's Scott Jennings yesterday talking about the battleground districts where Democrats have just nominated absolute lunatics. This is going to be number 3, Dan. Take a listen.
That's winning on a generic ballot by 8 points this close to the midterms. Does that worry you?
Well, sure. I'm a political operative. Everything in every election worries me. There are other generic ballot polls out there that have it a little bit closer than that. And I actually think a generic ballot lead for the Democrats needs to be fairly substantial for them to have any comfort whatsoever. I've seen polls out there, 3, 4, 5 points. I'm not sure.
And we're going to get back to this. Okay. There's probably 5 polls out there. One of them has the Democrats up by 8. The others have it from 3 to 5. One of them has it at 2. Which poll does she cite? This is what I'm talking about. She cites the one outlier poll that has them up by 8. I can cite the outlier poll that has them up by 2. 2 to 10, 2 to 8, she cites the 8. Understand what they do. The Democrat generic poll is up by 8. No, they're not. They're up by about 3. If you look at the average, 4 max. And they're not going to win seats up by 4. They need to be up by 10 to win seats, and everybody knows that. So once again, they go on CNN, they just lie to you. Oh, the generic polls has them up by 10. What? One poll you picked? Twit? Go roll it. Go ahead, Dan. Roll the bounce.
That's winning on a generic ballot by 8 points this close to the midterms. Does that worry you?
Well, sure. I'm a political operative. Everything in every election worries me. There are other generic ballot polls out there that have it a little bit closer than that. And I actually think a generic ballot lead for the Democrats needs to be fairly substantial for them to have any comfort whatsoever. I've seen polls out there, 3, 4, 5 points. I'm not sure that would be enough for Democrats because the redistricting wars have netted out seats for the Republicans, 10 to 12. Republicans have more money. And I think in even some of the battleground districts around the country, the Democrats have probably nominated lunatics who are way outside of sort of the moderate, purplish tint of these districts. And so it's not a national election. It'll be fought district to district and state to state. And so even though the generic environment here, would it worry me? A little bit. But I do see some signs in individual districts where the Republicans have reason for optimism.
I mean, Karen, as our Democrat here, how do you see it?
I mean, look, this is the nonsense that you're going to get. Let's get to cut 4. Here's this guy in Michigan campaigning there with AOC. If you really think this guy is going to beat Mike Rogers, guess again. By the way, now you got a complete progressive Democrat socialist running for governor in Wisconsin. The sane person, the lieutenant governor, who's a liberal, far left liberal Democrat, but not nuts, dropped out because they can't beat the crazy pot. I mean, this is where the Democrats are right now. You can't even. This is like they get candidates now dropping out. Liberal left-wing candidates dropping out of the races because they can't compete with the communists. It's a complete takeover of their party. Here's this guy, Syed, jihadist, whatever he is, campaigning with AOC. Cut 4.
Dr. Abdullah Syed and I may come from different places, but we're forged from the same fight.
For money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare
for all. That's the part they can't stand. That's why billionaires are spending millions to bury Abdul and this movement.
For all, because wherever you live, however you pray, whoever you vote for, I'm going to fight for you.
And we only win
when all of us win.
That's right.
I'm Abdullah Syed, and I approve this message. All right.
Yay!
Right. So, so Medicaid for all, free food for all, free phones for all, free childcare for all, free for all. We're going to put money in your pocket. We're not going to take money and put it in politics. We're going to take that money from the people that have it. You've worked. You didn't make that. Somebody else did. Somebody built a road in front of your storefront. Therefore, it's not yours. And we're going to take it and we're going to give it to our constituents and build our army so that eventually we can confiscate everything you have and throw you in an internment camp. That's basically their message. And you really think this is going to win in America? It's going to win in the Democrat Party. It's going to win in their primaries because they're bat crap crazy. All of them. All of them are nuts. So, they're going to win. I mean, when you get the lieutenant governor of Wisconsin, can't even stay in the race, has to bow out. Stuff came out. I don't know what it is. But they can't even stay in the race. And so who's going to be the nominee in Wisconsin going against Tom Tiffany, a complete whack job? Democrat, socialist, communist running for governor of Wisconsin. Tiffany is going to win this race. I mean, you got it. Look, this is why I'm optimistic. The country, the 50% plus one, except in your most blue districts, are not going to vote for these people because they're nuts. It's as simple as that. They're just not. Roger's going to win Michigan. And Tiffany's going to be the governor of Wisconsin. John Fredericks, Media Network, try to get this camera fixed. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bon Air, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB
News this hour from Town Hall. Amit Thomason. A ruling by Spain's Supreme Court combined with the policies of the socialist government has unleashed a migrant invasion. Thousands of migrants, many of them young men from Morocco, are flooding into the Spanish enclave of Ceuta.
There has been this big attempt for people to get across, but the question is what happens to them once they're there. You've got the authorities that run this Spanish territory saying that they're overwhelmed, that there are reception centres which are already full up. that if anyone needs medical treatment, that the hospitals will be full. And also they say they're worried about the security side of things.
The BBC's Nick Beek says so far 18 migrants have died trying to reach the Spanish territory. President Trump blames far-left globalist policies. He's again urging Europe to reverse course or risk its own demise. There are fresh hopes for a path to peace in the Mideast. The president's multinational board of peace announcing a deal that would see Hamas disarm and Israel withdraw its forces from Gaza. Looks like Seattle's going to be in the market for a new police chief.
Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes tells the Seattle Times his future as chief is up to the mayor amid public criticism and confusing communications after a shootout at a crowded food festival. Mayor Katie Wilson announced that Barnes had resigned and that she was appointing Andre Sales as interim chief. But Barnes' supporters say Wilson actually asked him to resign and he declined. Several black community organizations held a rally Thursday to try and save Barnes' job, saying he had helped improve relations between the police and the community. Wilson's office says they will hold a City Hall press conference at 11 a.m. Pacific on Friday to introduce Chief Sales and talk about the process for a permanent chief. I'm Jennifer King.
Cyber attacks on more than 30 water utilities in Minnesota earlier this week. It's under investigation. The Dow futures are up 343 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 328. Townhall.com.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, y'all, I'm Willie Robertson.
And I'm Corey Robertson.
We partnered with Echo. It's a new platform, not just streaming.
Movies and series that are safe for your family. Echo. I love a podcast.
Plus, Echo Daily Devotionals.
Echo. Hey, Willie, what is Echo?
Echo is my pet squirrel. Okay, Echo is not just faith-friendly, it is faith-driven.
Be a part of something better.
Echo.
Echo.
It's where I want to be.
That's EKKL.com.
Subscribe now.
Thousands of survivors of a powerful earthquake in southwestern Japan have spent the day in crowded shelters or sleeping in cars. They face shortages of water and fuel and punishing summer temperatures that are stoking fears of heat-related illness. The death toll is up to 34 as rescuers race to find those still missing in the aftermath of the earthquake. Search operations continue, but the number of missing remains unclear. More than 79,000 homes have been left without water. Firefighters in southwestern France are working to control the final hot spots of a massive wildfire. The blaze has burned an area 4 times the size of Paris, forcing thousands to evacuate. Government officials say lower temperatures and higher humidity levels are helping firefighters. Europe is facing a very hot summer, fueling wildfires across the continent. The wildfire in southwest France initially forced 224,000 people to flee. News and analysis, townhall.com. Well, it just may be the first time that airport screeners have found this in a passenger's bag.
A set of stolen Civil War-era cannonballs was discovered in a passenger's suitcase during a routine security screening at an Alabama airport. The Federal Transportation Security Administration said the relics were discovered at Gulf Shores International Airport on July 18th. A TSA agent opened the luggage and found 5 small cannonballs wrapped in paper towels. TSA says the cannonballs were inactive. Police determined they were stolen from Fort Morgan in Gulf Shores and dated to the American Civil War. Keith Peters reporting.
Amazon is planning to boost spending on tech, mostly artificial intelligence, by an additional 10%. This after the tech and e-commerce giant delivered strong profits and net sales during the fiscal second quarter, helped along by surging growth in its prominent cloud computing unit. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded. Securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our borders secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
What happens in Virginia doesn't stay in Virginia. It influences policy and policymakers nationwide. The VirginiaStar.com shines a light on the issues in VA that become issues for the USA, with insightful commentary that gets to the fact of the matter. The VirginiaStar.com is your source of wisdom and truth, locally, statewide, and nationally. Log on today and every day. The VirginiaStar.com. The VirginiaStar.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
It's time we send a farmer to Congress. Charlie Hatcher, a fifth-generation Tennessee farmer who served under Governor Bill Lee. A business owner, Charlie Hatcher is an America First conservative who gets things done. Pro-gun, pro-life, pro-Trump, Charlie Hatcher is the trusted conservative leader we need. Endorsed by Tennessee leaders, Charlie Hatcher is built farm tough. On August 6th, vote Charlie Hatcher. It's time we send a farmer to Congress. Invest in Tomorrow Coalition PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Ponder this. Why would God permit evil to occur? Why does he allow bad things to happen to good people? Why doesn't he intercede when innocent people are unjustly accused? These questions sometimes cause good people to turn their face away from God and question the very existence of God. But God does exist, and he does permit evil. Why, you ask? The short answer is that God permits evil to bring about a greater good. Think about this. The greatest evil ever committed is the killing of our God, Jesus Christ, the second person of the Holy Trinity. From this great evil came the greatest good, the opening of the gates of heaven. That's right, heaven did not open until Christ shed his blood for us. We must always trust God's plan for our salvation, especially when hard times fall upon us. Pray, trust, and persevere in good times and bad. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Clint Eastwood would never tell to make his day, John Fredericks.
Okay, looks like we got some of the things fixed here. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, TGIF. Great to have everybody with us today, as always, rocking and rolling. Coming to you live from Washington, D.C., Elaine Parker is going to be joining me in a few moments. But first, I got to tell you, if you're serious about losing weight, let's put this up, Dan, because you really should try this if you really want to lose a good 20, 25 pounds. This is lean weight loss from Brick. I just started this thing 10 days ago. I got more energy. I'm sleeping better. I always sleep good, but it's even better. I've lost a pound in 9 days, which is really good, right? So I really expect by next week, I'll probably be up in the 3 to 4 range because my appetite is down. Everybody knows I'm a big eater. And but I'm a really believer in this thing. I got a lot of people on it. So go to this journey with me. I want to get down to 225. I'm 245, well, 244 now. I want to get down to 225, about 19 to go. This takes weight off the right way. Depresses your appetite a little bit, so you're not eating those snacks. The other thing it does, it gives you energy. Your metabolism goes up. You burn fat. All the ingredients are there. You take 3 of these a day. It's in a pill form. Down a glass of water. You're good to go. It's going to give you energy all day. And look, John in Monmouth County is the one that called in the other day, said, look, I was doing this before I even heard of it from you guys, and I lost 15 pounds in, I think he said, 6 or 7 weeks, right, John? 6 weeks, unbeknownst to us. So check this out. Just go to takelean.com, takelean.com. Take you a minute. Check it out. Go to takelean.com, takelean.com. Promo code Godzilla, you're going to get 20% off. If you got me on the TV or your mobile device, you can just scan this thing, get 20% off with promo code Godzilla. Give it a shot, right? Because it's healthy. It's better for you than those synthetic things, which I'm not a fan of. I like natural stuff. So check this out. I take three of these a day. Looking forward to it. Got a wedding this weekend. My cousin, my older cousin's, one of his sons are getting married in Westchester, Pennsylvania. So Ann and I going there and looking forward to that, and looking forward to having you with us for the remainder of our show. And of course, always on a Friday, looking forward to our good friend Elaine Parker to be with us. Elaine Parker from the Job Creators Network, and they do a super job there lobbying for small businesses in Washington. Go to joinjcn.com, joinjcn.com. It's always good to have Elaine with us. And she's going to be real fired up today because we're going to talk a little economy, which is her wheelhouse. Elaine, thanks for joining us.
Good morning, John. Great to be with you.
As always, good to be with you also, Elaine Parker. The growth for the quarter yesterday come out 1.5, under what expectations were. All the economic news has been great up to this point, but a little bit under what we anticipated. War probably having something to do with that to a certain extent. But what was your take on the 1.5 GDP growth?
You know, I'm still pretty bullish on the economy. I think the fundamentals are there in terms of policy. I do think that we have a hangover still from the inflation that carried over from the Biden administration. Again, Trump inherited inflation about 21, 22%. And it takes time to bring those kind of prices down. And then, of course, the Iran war is a drag. And interestingly enough, government spending was down and actually was weighing on those numbers in terms of bringing GDP down this quarter. So in the real world, lower government spending is a good thing, but in college, universities, and in liberal, which I call pro. So that's OP. But I think the underlying policies are there, and rates were held steady this week by the Fed, which is a good thing as well. But the rates are still inflated for small businesses, and it's harder for Main Street to get credit as a result.
We're looking for certainty. I mean, that's basically the main thing. I think interest rates need to come down to spur the economy. Let's get to cut 16 here. Here's Kevin Hastert. Yesterday, the National Economic Director for the White House saying that real incomes have grown, and he's still very bullish on the, actually, Dan, can we get to 15 first and then 16? Dan, can we do that?
Yep.
Yeah, let's get to 15. Here's Hastert came out at the Sticks yesterday. What people know what the Sticks are, when you go into the White House on the campus, there's the area they call Pebble Beach, which is basically where all the tents are. We don't have one, obviously. They're very expensive and controlled by, guess who, White House Correspondents Association, the illegal cabal. So we don't have one of those. But that's called Pebble Beach. And then occasionally, the big networks are there, CBS, NBC, Fox News, et cetera, Fox. So once in a while, one of the dignitaries comes out of the Eisenhower building or the White House, and they'll do a hit on TV. And then what they say is they'll come to the Sticks, which are the microphones set up for them to then talk to the reporters outside of the briefing room on the campus across from Pebble Beach, is where the tents are. So I'm kind of giving everybody the vernacular so you know what it is. But go ahead. Here was Hastert at the sticks. 15.
Well, Kevin, President Trump, as you well know, talks about the economy frequently, bragging about it. He calls it the hottest country in the world. And here's something Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said back in December.
Look for the second quarter of 2026 to be amazing as all this money comes back into the economy from this big, beautiful bill, which really takes care of Americans. Finally, the president has the power to take care of Americans. Someone actually in the White House cares about the real people of America.
Mr. Secretary, you said just a moment ago, Kevin, that consumers are optimistic, but we have this poll where 77% of Americans say economic conditions are overall poor. That is the lowest of Trump's second term so far. Is this the, quote, amazing economy the administration thought you'd all be boasting about when the, quote, unquote, big, beautiful bill was passed more than a year ago?
Well, again, right now the economy does look amazing to me. The inflation's going down, the unemployment rate is low, initial claims like almost no one's getting fired. And final demand was up about 4%, which is about what my friend Howard Lutnick was predicting back then. It was the sort of surge in imports of capital goods that I think that caught people a little bit by surprise. That's why the number was a little bit lower. But I think that you're seeing really, really strong growth. And in the end, one of the things that I can say as an economist is that there's a big economic literature that says that in the end, people vote based on what's in their pockets. There's a guy named Ray Fair at Yale that has a famous paper that shows that what people have in their pockets is the best indicator of what's going to happen to elections. And so if you take the Ray Fair model, then you could say, well, actually real incomes went down under President Obama, then President Trump won, and real incomes went down under President Biden, President Trump won again. And so I think that the real incomes growing right now are a really positive sign politically, and much more positive sign than something I would see in a poll.
And of course,
So, Elaine, where's the disconnect? I mean, 77% of Americans think the economy's tanked. They're unhappy. I mean, that spells catastrophe going to the midterms. Yet all the underlying indicators of the economy are more robust than ever. All of the main points about a strong economy are there. Job growth, investment with companies, manufacturing coming in, inflation is tamed. I mean, we can go on here. But why and consumer spending is up. This is what makes savings is up. Like every indicator of a strong economy is up. And yet the attitude of the American people is it sucks. And I'm trying to understand the disconnect. Is this whole thing just gas prices? I mean, gas prices were $5 under Biden. Nobody said a word. Help us understand this.
Well, look, I think that two things can be true at the same time. The underlying policies are good. There's a lot of good economic data out there. It doesn't change the conversations that people are having at their kitchen tables. But you also have to look at what people are doing, not just what they're saying that they feel and what they think. What you have to do is look at what they're doing. And consumer spending is up. Our economy is 70% driven by consumer spending. So whether I don't care if you're talking about gas prices or grocery prices, look at what the consumer is doing. Consumer spending was up 3.2% last quarter. That's a tremendous driver of our economy. It doesn't change that people go to the gas station and they say, oh my gosh, gas is expensive. And that is a direct driver into the cost of other goods, which increases those costs. And we have the hangover from the Biden administration that I just referenced earlier. But again, look at what the consumer is doing. They are spending more. Incomes are rising. They are spending more. And that is a good thing for the economy. But two things, people still feel like things are expensive and people still feel like, they are having to spend more to keep up with everything.
So when does the disconnect stop disconnecting? Because consumer spending is up. Incomes are up, unemployment is down. Everybody that really wants to get a job now can get a decent job. I mean, that's pretty much the thing. Government spending's down. That's another good thing. Then you go to the number of small businesses that are launching. It's 500,000 a month. It's an incredible number. So people don't start a small business or file for one. if they're not confident. I mean, we just bought another radio station in Tennessee. Obviously, we're confident in the economy. We own racehorses. We bought those. That's another business. Obviously, we're confident in the economy. So, we're making investments. Our little tiny little company, it's tiny. We're making investments. People are investing in small businesses. They're getting better jobs. They're getting more money. They're getting raises. There's more money in their pocket. And consumer spending is up. And yet everybody's miserable. Like, I'm just, is this fake? Is it, what is this? And I get your explanation, but there's like, you can't connect the dots here.
I don't think you have to. I think that two things can be true at the same time. The fact that there are 500,000 businesses starting a month, those are record numbers. We've never seen those kinds of numbers in terms of new business startups. And the reason why is because it's easier to do it. It's easier to start a business nowadays, and Americans are very entrepreneurial, thankfully, because that's what drives our economy, that and consumer spending. And as we see people start to, feel more comfortable with spending, we're seeing those numbers increase. I mean, John, you and I both agree on polls and what you can believe and how they're written, and whoever's taking the poll, what they're trying to get out of it. Look at what the consumer is doing. That drives 70% of our economy. I'm not saying ignore the fact that people are sitting at their kitchen tables and looking at their budgets and trying to tighten their belts. I mean, that's what we have to do as consumers, as Americans, is tighten our belts when we can, especially when the cost of gas is higher. That is a temporary thing. Temporary in terms of, I don't know how long. I hope it's soon. I hope the Iran war is over. But consumers are still spending, and as long as we have a strong consumer, that's good news.
Well, that's what I think. Let's get to 16. And look, these numbers are going to continue. I said it in my narrative. It's July 31st. We got 90 days or so. Brace yourself. Brace yourself. Every day you're going to be hearing about how the economy's in the tank. People are wretched. They're all miserable. They hate Trump. Taraliko is going to win in Texas. Texas is blue. I mean, this is all. Sherrod Brown is going to win in Ohio. Ohio's now blue. This is what you're going to hear for 90 days, right? They're going to make this stuff up. They're going to get all these polls where they skewer the things, like that lady Ann did in Iowa, puts the poll out with Harris up by 3 to spur her vote to turn out. Trump wins by 15 and she retires the next day. I mean, all of this is fake, right? But you're going to have to deal with it. And it's going to have an impact because not everybody's tuning us in, and they're going to be like, oh, we're going to get killed. I'll stay home, which is their objective. Let's get to Hastard 16. Take a listen.
There are so many numbers being thrown around, but when you talk to the everyday American, they will tell you that prices at the grocery store are up, mortgage rates are higher. So you have the gas prices at the gas pump. And so, yes, it is true that there is income growth, but then at the same time, Americans out there are saying that they're hurting. Is the White House in touch with what the everyday American is feeling right now?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that if you look at the last couple of inflation reports, the thing that we got today that showed the Fed's favorite measure actually went down. It was negative for one of the first times in a long time. The consumer price index had just a massive, massive decline in the latest monthly report. And it wasn't just because of energy. A lot of the policies that we've been pursuing, like Trump RX, is making it so the drug prices are going down. And so we're mindful of the fact that prices went up a lot over the last 4 or 5 years before President Trump came in, and that people still are feeling pain. But on the other hand, real incomes have grown about $3,000 in President Trump's first couple of years. They declined that much over 4 years under President Biden. And so people are seeing their wages go up more than prices, and they're finding, as you looked at that consumption number, that was adjusted for inflation. And so a big, solid consumption quarter like we saw in Q2 is a sign that consumers are optimistic about what's going on average.
Okay. They're optimistic. Yet 77% of people say the economy sucks. I'm still trying to get my arms around this. Let's get Elaine. Let's talk about the Iran war and gas prices, right? You're a mom. You got 2 daughters. One of us married, so now you have a son-in-law. So you got a family. And I just want to get your take on this Iran war. What do you think the president should do? I mean, here it is. It's the end of July, still not resolved. There's no negotiation. There's going to be no MOU because they'll break it the next day. They continue to saber rattle. They put lies out. And there's no doubt the American electorate is soured on it. They don't understand why we're there. What do you think President Trump should do, Elaine Parker?
Well, one thing I haven't seen the president do is give a speech from the Oval on why we're there and why it necessitates going in and protecting American interests, and why previous administrations, both Republican and Democrat, have failed to do this, and what made him decide to draw a line in the sand and make this the moment. And I think that's important for Americans to understand. I don't hear that kind of articulation out of the administration as clearly as it should be to the average American. For somebody like you and I who follow this on a regular basis every day, I think we understand what the stakes are. I think average, Joe Sixpack and Jill Sixpack just maybe don't get the real meaning behind how it impacts them at their kitchen table.
Well, I mean, he went in there because this is what frustrates me. Like, I just played Megyn Kelly, who's dividing the base, another clickbait loser, can't stand her. And she said, "Oh, MAGA's staying home, and all the young people are abandoning MAGA because of this war, and they're against it." And I'm like, well, nobody's for a war. What do you mean they're against? This is like they're against it. Well, they're against what? Are they against us not prohibiting Iran to get a nuclear arsenal and deploy it on ICBMs 2,000 miles away? Like, everybody's against war. Nobody's for it, except maybe Lindsey Graham in his grave, right? Or John McCain. We're not for war, but we're also not for Iran deploying nuclear warheads and holding the globe hostage, especially us. We've already been through that. So what is, the messaging here is a disaster. For people to say, why are we here? It's a war of choice. If they were going to deploy a nuclear warhead, what would the Democrats do? Let them do it? That's my question.
Look, do I think that the young people are disenchanted with the war? Probably. That's not a far stretch to think that. One of the things that I was able to say was that he's against forever wars and that he had never taken the country to war. And that was an important statement for him to be able to make. And that's what makes it so important for him to get out there at this point, because remember, he went to war on February 28th. We started the bombing on February 28th. And initially our expectations have always been set. This is a couple weeks. This is a couple more weeks. This is a couple more weeks. And I think he should set a better expectation for the American people that this is about finishing the job. This is about doing what previous administrations haven't done, instead of trying to placate to the people who are saying, but you said, but you said, but you said. Tell them what has to be done and why, instead of trying to make them feel better about it's going to be done next Monday so we can get back to our lives.
I nominate you for chief spokesperson of the Department of War. You articulated that better in 90 seconds than I've heard coming out of the White House in 6 months, in 5 months since this thing started. Now you got to change the narrative. We got to finish the job. Do it. We just got to finish it. Done. And brace yourself and stop talking about the bombs you're going to drop. It's becoming ridiculous now. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Terror is coming. It's going to be the mother of all bombs or something. Just do it. End it. Take over the strait. Permanent solution. Never have to deal with it again. And I think if he can do that in the next month, I think the American people will reward Republicans because we finally did something and we have a president that finally acted. And short of that, this thing, the messaging, and I I think it should be a White House address. And here's why I went in, and here's what we're going to do. And hang in there with me, because the world is going to be a better place. We're going to be in a better place, because the alternative is they would terrorize humanity with these bombs and then try to dislodge them. Now,
Stop giving timelines, because all they're going to do, all the media's going to do is replay that in 3 weeks when we blow through the timeline. Stop giving timelines. Make it about finishing the job and tell the American people what that means.
And don't say, or don't just do it. Don't say anything.
So that we
do
as
it
the
and
American
don't
people
say anything. Just do it. And then, go on TV a week later when it's done. Yeah, the constant gaggles on the plane, and the message will change from when the White House spokespeople get on Air Force One to when they're doing a gaggle in the cabin and when they get off. Like I got 3 separate messages within 5 hours. That is the seed of the disillusionment that Americans are having over this conflict. The people like you and I understand it. We got families, can't have a war. Do you want your son-in-law or daughter over there? No. Do I want my kids over there? No. Nobody does. Nobody wants their kids in a ground war in Iran. But we also understand what the stakes are. And you got to get the adults in the room. I think if he can do that, we're going to turn the corner on this thing, and he's going to get national support because he's looking, Elaine, for a permanent solution. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
There we are, Elaine and I agreeing once again. It's great to have you with us, Elaine. You and your family have a wonderful weekend. I'm jealous you're in Florida.
Oh, it's hot here, John. It's unbearable.
Tell me when you're coming to the cleanest, safest, most beautiful city in America, Washington, D.C. Ann and I will take you to dinner. No need to get an escort. You can take the metro. It's perfectly safe. No crime on the metro. Say hi to the National Guard, keeping us safe every day. And if you come to D.C. and you see the Guard like I do, I must see him 3-4 times a day. I take the minute to go shake every one of their hands and thank them for helping keep my city, where my family is, safe. So be sure and do that. Elaine, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, John.
We'll be right back.
Here's 6-piece towel sets. Towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Some guys might decide that it's a little too tough, or it's a little too hard, it's a little too demanding. I'll give you a little example. I got an anonymous letter from a parent. Said, we're just kind of bummed out this year that the boys only get 2 weeks off before they start their summer conditioning program. Normally they get 3. Well, we gave them a week at the start of the semester rather than at the end. But here's my point, okay? It's Division I football! It's the Big 12! It ain't intramurals! You got 2 weeks after finals, you got a week at July 4th, and you got a week before camp starts. That's a month! That's probably more vacation than you guys get. And we're a little bummed out that we don't get 3 weeks?
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, you got him back. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Nothing like playing that Colorado Coach Hawkins on a Friday. It's not it. What is this? Intramurals? This is Big 12 football. One of the best clips we have. But anyway, thanks for being with us, TGIF. We got Jay Young coming up in a minute. We know we've been gouged at the pump. We know there's price gouging going on. We'll hear what Jay has to say in a moment. But first, this message brought to you by the Wellness Company and our medical emergency kit. Now, this is unbelievable. I just got another one of these. I'm traveling this weekend, going to, I guess, Eastern Pennsylvania. My cousin's son's getting married. Ann and I are going. First thing we pack is our medical emergency kit. Ann was sick. She got sick earlier a couple weeks ago. Joe got sick. Boom. Nobody missed a day. Joe didn't miss a day of baseball athletic rehab. He didn't miss a bullpen. He didn't miss anything. Ann didn't miss a day. I didn't miss a day. Why? Because as soon as we get sick, we go to our medical emergency kit and everything is there. Everything is right there at your fingertips. You don't have to go to the doc in a box. You don't have to spend time. You don't have to make an appointment. You don't have to wait 3 days. You then don't have to trips off to CVS or Walgreens to get a prescription. Everything is right at your fingertips. Z-Pak, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, antibiotics. You look it up. You have a guidebook. Got a virus coming on. You got a sore throat, whatever it is. Boom. You arrest it right at the beginning. Why suffer? This is about quality of life and about not being sick when you don't have to be. Well, why suffer a week of sore throat and virus and you're in bed and you miss fun things. Now forget about work. You can still, take your sick days and go play golf or something, right? Everybody's got personal days or sick days. Why be sick? Doesn't make any sense. And if something bad happens, boom, you get bit by a spider or something. And about a month ago, she got bit by ants. What, those little red ants? She had the open toes on and stepped on a pile, got bit. Look, toes all welled up immediately, like in 15 minutes. Opened up the medical kit, boom, antidote there, took it, antibiotics gone in a day. This is the most important thing that you could possibly get. All you got to do, folks, is go to twc.health/Godzilla. Dan, you really need one of these, Dan. Go to twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla. You're going to get 10% off. You've been putting it off. Get it today. You can thank me later. One of the most important thing for you or your family is your TWC medical emergency kit. These things are the hottest thing out there because you don't need it until you need it, and then you need it and you don't have it. Makes no sense. twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, and you're going to get 10% off. Let's get to Jay Young. Jay's the CEO of King Operating Corporation. Jay, thanks for joining us.
Hey, John, thanks for having me on. We're really looking forward to it.
Jay, I've been saying all week that oil companies are price gouging us at the pump. And I got a couple questions I have to ask, right? The Houthis shoot a slingshot or a bow and arrow at some Saudi tanker in the Red Sea. The Houthis don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. They have no money. Okay, they have nothing. So, they fire a bow and arrow. Next day, gas prices go up 50 cents. What? Has nothing to do with the gas stations have already purchased the gas at whatever the wholesale price was. Then we've got this Freedom Gas. They lower prices 50 cents. And they say they're still making money. So if your low price is 50 cents and you're still making money, nobody's going to lower prices and then sell gas at an operating loss. You go out of business. Nobody would do that. So help us understand. Average people like me maintain that the gas wholesalers, the oil companies are price gouging Americans based on what happens in the news. True or false, and explain why or why not.
Yeah, it's a good question. And a lot of comments come around the world, talking about why do prices go up and down? Why does that have to do with me at the pump? I want to go get some gasoline and I see that oil prices are down. And since oil prices are down, why am I paying more? It's a good question because there's a lot of, gas stations, they do get caught, so when prices do go down in the next, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and all of a sudden they have this gasoline they bought at a higher price, they, are stuck with the lower prices, but not. So it's all about business, about a gas station. Oil and gas companies, we get paid every month. You get paid on the daily basis or you get paid average monthly for oil, and we don't have anything to do with what goes on at the pump. Just talking about an oil and gas operator and producer of oil and gas. But a gas station is different because they have to buy gas at a certain level, at a certain, price. Who
are they buying it from? You guys, right?
We're buying it. Well, we just sell it to the refineries. So we're done at the refineries. We get paid every day, every month from the refineries, and we're done and we're gone, and we don't see anything else from that. But that's so. Then the refineries
I own an Exxon station. I operate a Wawa. I'm the GM of a Wawa, or I own an Exxon station, right? And I have to buy gas. Those big Exxon Trumps come and they fill it up in the ground. Who am I buying that off?
Yeah, you're buying it from the refineries. You're buying it from the downstream companies that have everything to do with refining the oil and transporting it from A to B, whatever that transportation is.
How do they price that?
Yeah. Well, from what I've understood, and I'm not in that business, so I don't know 100%, but what I've understood and what I've read is that they buy it from the refineries and then they do whatever they want to with the price. But it's not as easy as it seems. It's like everybody talks about, hey, the price of oil is down $2 today. Why is it why is the gasoline prices down? And it's all about competition. It's all about competition. It's all about different gas stations and what they price and where they see the price, and competition. The guy across the street. I mean, they're in business to make money, just like everybody else. So I don't, like I said, oil and gas producers, we just do our job in spending $100 million and getting oil out of the ground and sending it to the refineries and getting paid. And then after that, we're just kind of, we just look for the next drill, the next barrel of oil, if you will.
All right, so let's discuss two things. I'll get to your core business in a minute, right? Retail gas business. I mean, you made a statement. It's interesting. You said, hey, if you're a gas station buying from the refineries, you might have bought it at a higher price, and now oil prices go down, the barrel of oil goes down, but you already bought it at a higher price based on whatever went down, and so you can't charge under what you paid for it. You lose money. Okay, that makes sense. Anybody that runs a business gets that. I certainly get it. But then what about the opposite? I bought the gas at a lower price, and now there's turmoil in the Red Sea. Oil goes up, and I jack my prices up 50 cents the next day. Well, I've already bought it at a cheaper price. Is that not price gouging?
Definitely. That is definitely price gouging, going off the markets, going off of what's going on in the world to definitely make money. Nothing to do with the oil and gas companies. I know Trump has also said, hey, yeah, these oil and gas companies are getting their price up. We have competition. I mean, there's 5 different oil and gas companies that want to buy our oil every day, and so we just sell it at the higher price then. But yes, I mean, I read an article, Wall Street Journal talks about, like in Alaska, everything's frozen in the wintertime. They have to buy, hundreds, thousands of gallons before the ice to have gasoline to sell at the pumps throughout the year. So they're buying it at one price, and if they gouge, if they see an opportunity, if you will, if they see a good opportunity to raise the prices, yeah, that's price gouging. Because if it goes the other way, or when it does go the other way, they're stuck with some higher prices in the future. That's what they may say. I mean, they may say, hey, you know what? I'm going to jack the price up now because there's a chance that it goes the other way. I'm going to buy this higher gasoline or higher price gasoline and have to sell it, in the future, and I'm going to have to make money then. So, like I said, we love to drill for oil and gas and to sell it, and after that, we're pretty much done as an oil and gas company.
All right, so Jay Young with us. Jay is CEO of King Operating Corporation. So are you a domestic driller, Jay?
Yes. Yeah, we drill here. Right now we're in Texas. We do have some Oklahoma assets, New Mexico, just some great, but we're all domestic, yes, sir.
So what does oil have to be? You have the cost of exploration, right? You got to find out where the oil is. Then you got to drill it. Then you got to go find out where it is. Then you got to get it out of there. You got to hire all these people. Got to extract it. And so I guess, some of the drilling you'll do, you don't really hit the oil, as they say. What does oil a barrel have to be at for your company based on its total cost structure, including exploration? What does it have to be at for you guys to make money?
Yeah, it's a good question because, a lot of people talk about the shale, SHALE, the shale wells out in West Texas have to be at $60 to $70 a barrel or something really high. And the exploration is taken out or taken with the price of the leases, because the price of the leases right now are for Permian acreage. To get an acre, it is extremely expensive. And if you had that asset before, the prices, went up. I mean, it's like $50,000 an acre, $100,000 an acre. Some of the wells that we're drilling at King Operating, we're drilling right now up in the Panhandle, and those wells are $25 to $30 a barrel. We don't pay, we pay, for the land. We know the oil's there. We're not as sure, and we don't have as many zones, if you will, as the Permian Basin, but we can drill and complete a well, $6.5 million. We can pay $300,000 to $400,000 for acreage, and we can make money because the wells are going to produce 200,000, 300,000 barrels of oil. We can make money at $25 to $30 a barrel instead of having to spend, $100,000 an acre. You have to lease 320 acres or more, and then you spend 12 to 15 million dollars drilling a really deep, because the deeper you go and the further out laterally you go, the more the cost to drill and complete the wells. But you're talking about $60, $70 a barrel on some of these. And that's the reason why back in December last year, when oil prices went to $55 a barrel, everybody started coming off the markets. That's one reason why oil prices are up right now, is because when prices went down to those lower levels, oil and gas companies retreated. I mean, they quit drilling because of the price break-evens. But break-evens are different. It's different in the Bakken up in North Dakota compared to New Mexico, Permian Basin, or in East Texas. The break-evens are different.
So when you talk about the land lease, that means like you want to drill for oil. You're in the business of extracting oil out of the ground, and you find land in Texas, as an example, West Virginia, whatever it may be. You find land that you guys believe, based on your geological studies, if you drill there, you're going to get oil, you're going to be able to extract it. But you don't own that land. I own it, right?
Right. Just like Landman. Just like good old Billy Bob. His son, actually, Cooper, is playing Landman on the first episode of the second season, because he is talking to an actual farmer. It's like we talk to these farmers, and they say, hey, well, we'll come out here and drill on your land. But the big thing with the Permian Basin in Texas, if you're in the Permian Basin, you're having to give that landowner, several $100,000 or millions of dollars to lease his land. So you lease the land first. He gets to keep the royalty. Cooper said, well, yeah, you want 3/16 lease or 20%. I forget what it was, but it's some type of arrangement, like these big ranchers. Like we're on a big 60,000 acre ranch up near Amarillo on the second part of where we're drilling right now, and that family has owned that acreage for decades, generations, and they make money off of the land, farming or cattle or whatever.
You got to pay to lease the land, and then you got to give them a percentage of the oil you get out of there, the profit of the oil that you get out. So they get the double dip because they own the land that you want to drill.
Right.
You got to factor that in.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of Landman, has the second season, has that out yet?
Yeah, the second season's out. Third season, I heard they're going to start filming here in Fort Worth or close. I'm in Dallas right now. I'm in Norman, Oklahoma, but normally I'm in Dallas, and Fort Worth. They're going to film it, and it's going to be like in August of this year, and then it should be at the end of the year. So the
second season's out, right?
Second season's out.
I don't know how I missed that. It must have been great. Must have been recent, right? I guess.
Yeah, it was. And
right,
be sure to go on there and ask me any questions. Go on our website.
Before we move on, we got time. But before we move on to your website and other questions, okay, let's just go down this lane just for a second. Who's your favorite character in Landman?
Well, I mean, I guess I like Billy Bob. Billy Bob's he's a great guy. I mean, he plays the part, even not even knowing that much about the oil and gas business in the very beginning. I mean, he grew up, close, but I think he's awesome. He does a great job portraying exactly how I grew up, and the whole. I mean, I didn't have baggy jeans like that, or but the cowboy hats and that's just the way the oil and gas business is. And we took some people to the field last week, and they were like, "Wow, this is like Landman." And I go, "Well, yeah, this is how I grew up, and it's a great. Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite?
His wife. No question about it.
I know.
My favorite character is his wife, 100%. A little crazy, but she has a big heart, and she's very entertaining.
Yeah,
I love when they do the Taco Tuesdays or whatever they do, and absolutely is my favorite character. So in this business, I mean, you're doing shale. You got to get to $30-$35 a barrel. But you make a good point earlier. When oil drops like to 55, oil companies that have to lease all this land, they stop drilling because it gets under where they can make a decent profit based on the investment they have to make. So, but if are these leases long term? Do they do it by month? Because you're still paying the lease if you're not drilling, right?
Yeah, well, normally a normal lease when you go out is a 3-year lease, and then you have a 2-year kicker. So let's say you pay $1,000 an acre, and you say, okay, I will come out here.
And that's a
drill
month, right? You're talking about a month.
A what?
A month, $1,000 an acre, for example.
Yeah, $1,000 per acre, and you have to pay, and you get 3 years to go drill the well. So let's say I go lease 1,000 acres. I'm paying $1,000. I'm paying $1 million to that landowner, and I say, hey, I get 3 years. But I want a 2-year kicker on the project, meaning that if I don't get it drilled in 3 years, I want to come back to you within that 3-year period and go, here's another $1,000 an acre, so I can extend it for 2 years. That's a normal lease. The good thing is and it's all about negotiating, and there's 1,000 different ways to negotiate. Once I drill a well on that property, and let's say I can drill 1,000 acres, I may be able to drill 10 wells on that property. Okay, well, if I drill one well, I get to hold by production or held by production, HBP, that particular lease. So I only have to drill one well, and I can hold a lot of that acreage. And that's how Exxon and these other companies, they hold millions and millions of acres out in the Permian Basin because they've drilled so many wells that they've held by production. So if I drill one well on your property, I get to hold it as long as I'm producing oil. If I'm producing oil, I get to hold that lease for as long as I'm producing oil in commercial quantities. Now, if the oil runs out, that means that the lease has a certain term that I've got to do something else on it. If not, I lose the lease. And then I'm out. But it's very expensive to drill or to lease it up front. Your geologists have to make the decisions. Hey, we love this land. We want to drill out here, and so forth. But then that kind of gets the ball rolling. The geologists with their ideas on there is oil or there isn't oil out there.
So, and when you say that a lot of the big oil companies will hold the land, hold it, and not drill additional wells. Why? Like, explain that to us. We got about a minute and a half.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if I've got a property, let's say Midland, and I've got a lease. Let's say I've got 20,000 acre lease, and from a farmer, rancher, generational owner, and I want to drill and I want to keep wells going on that property, and I want to hold it. How can I hold this acreage? I don't want to go drill it all up immediately. What I like to do is put together a drilling program to say, I want to drill 4 wells a year, 2 wells, 4 wells a year to hold the acreage. Because in our business, like that 60,000 acre ranch that we have near Amarillo, that's 60,000 acres. I've got to drill 4 wells next year. I got to spend $50 million drilling wells next year. If I don't, I lose the remaining of all the acreage around me, because the farmer, they want activity. They don't want you to just go out there and say, hey, yeah, we're going to hold this lease and not drill any more acreage. So a lot of smarter ranchers today, they say, we want activity. We want you to drill wells every year. And as long as you're drilling wells and you're making new oil for us, you get to keep this big 60,000 acre ranch, which makes it very.
They want the activity because you're paying them the lease, but then they also want the royalty on the oil you're producing.
Right. They want that generational income.
So if you're not producing enough oil, they're not getting the royalty on the oil you're producing. All they're getting is the lease money, and so they're being shortchanged in place of extra oil drilling and activity, which is all at the expense and the risk of the driller, like yourself, because you guys are taking on all the risk. It's almost like sharecropping.
Yeah, it is.
You're like the
Yeah, it really is.
sharecroppers.
I mean,
Remember the sharecroppers? I mean, because
Yeah.
you don't own it. You don't even own the well. At the end of the day, you don't own anything. You're sharecroppers.
right.
Am I right?
It-
Tough business.
It is. It's a lot. It's a lot of risk. I mean, we'll spend $125 million this year drilling wells, and that 125. You got to have a lot of faith in your geologists that come up with these ideas that say we feel like there's oil underneath the ground. I mean, you have the geologists first, then you have the engineers. You know that it's kind of like the Billy Bob in the second season. You'll learn more about that in the second season, but he talks about, hey, well, we don't think there's oil there. We feel like there's not enough oil there to make money. So the geologist is the positive person. The engineers, the negative, are realistic people that say, yeah, I know, but we don't feel like it's going to be enough oil to make money. So you have to have a lot of faith in these people, and that's the reason why the shale, which thank goodness the shale came around. I'll say that real quick. The Bakken, hey, the Permian Basin, the Eagle Ford. If we didn't have that, our oil in the United States has gone from 6-7 million barrels a day to 13 million the last 10 years because of shale and drilling horizontally and fracking. Thank goodness for the United States. If we wouldn't have that, if we did not have horizontal drilling in the United States, and all these people in California and Colorado and these tree huggers and these people that don't want oil, right now we'd be paying $150, $200 a barrel if we didn't have the extra oil that horizontal drilling in the United States has afforded us in the past 10 years. We wouldn't have as much oil in the United States. And if we didn't have the oil and our demand continues to go up, we'd be paying a lot more at the pump. That's a different, John. You can have me on anytime to talk about that.
We're going to have you back. Jay, I'm out of time. I got to go. What's your website? What's your website? Quickly.
We're kingoperating.com, down there on below. King Operating. Ask me questions about Landman, or I've got a book called The Upside of Oil and Gas Investing. Anytime, John, ask me any questions.
We're going to have you back. I got to go. We're going to have you back. Great segment. Learned a lot. And now everybody knows my favorite character on Landman. I haven't seen this. I've been waiting for the second version of the second season to come out. Now that it's out.
It gets better. It gets better. And I wouldn't have lost a bet on that. Your favorite character on that. I would not have lost that bet. I would have bet his wife.
Why?
I don't know. She just makes the show, and especially
She
for
does make the show. I agree. She makes the show, especially when she made him take his father back. That was my favorite scene in the first version. She shamed him into taking his father back in the house.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, I gotta go. Thank you.
Definitely agree.
We'll be back.
Gene. Have a great weekend.
Yep.
Pakistani rescuers have located 4 bodies among the 10 international climbers missing since an avalanche on Broad Peak. The expedition members include a renowned Nepal-born British climber.
Nirmal Purja is a very experienced mountaineer. He's like one of the stars of the mountaineering field. So we are just waiting for information, and what the Pakistani authorities are saying is that they are coordinating with the government. They want to send a couple of mountaineers on the rescue effort. And if the weather permits, they will also use a helicopter in the next few hours' time.
That's BBC's Embarrassing Rajan. A methane gas explosion at a coal mine in southwestern Pakistan has killed 34 miners. Authorities say rescuers recovered 32 bodies from the mine. They're working to retrieve the remaining 2. Deadly accidents fairly common in Pakistan's coal mining industry. News and analysis at townhall.com. Experts warn against getting caught up in a new tanning craze. It's a warning for all, but especially for young people.
The American Cancer Society says that more than 100,000 new melanoma cases will be diagnosed in the U.S. in 2026. Melanoma is a potentially life-threatening form of cancer. About 8,500 people are expected to die this year from melanoma. A medical research team at Northwestern University looked at the cellular level of tanning bed users and found they had nearly 3 times the risk of developing melanoma. And as anyone who has had skin cancer removed knows, it can leave one heck of a scar. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Federal regulators clearing the way for robo-taxis without steering wheels and eventually, perhaps, without brake pedals. The feds proposing a rule allowing robo-taxis to operate without brake pedals, but that proposal is still pending. More on these stories, townhall.com.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
It's time we send a farmer to Congress. Charlie Hatcher, a fifth-generation Tennessee farmer who served under Governor Bill Lee. A business owner, Charlie Hatcher is an America First conservative who gets things done. Pro-gun, pro-life, pro-Trump, Charlie Hatcher is the trusted conservative leader we need. Endorsed by Tennessee leaders, Charlie Hatcher is built farm tough. On August 6th, vote Charlie Hatcher. It's time we send a farmer to Congress. Invest in Tomorrow Coalition PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Get the news in the morning from your Godzilla of truth. Then brace yourself from 10 to noon. Hear the reaction from Wendy Bell Live.
It's not going to be a conspiracy theory. It's going to end up being a conspiracy fact.
Because we're freaking lied to about everything.
She's America's anchor mom.
He's not just talking out of his butt.
Catch the truth bomb explosion starting August 17th. Wendy Bell Live. 10 to noon on the John Fredericks Media Network.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable.
Hi, it's Tina with the John Fredericks Media Network, and I actually started taking Lean myself last week, and I'm already down 2 pounds. What I've noticed most is my appetite and sugar cravings. I'm usually hit with the munchies around 4 o'clock, so I started taking lean just a little bit later in the morning, and I can really tell a difference when my normal snacking hour rolls around. Also, I play a lot of pickleball, and since taking lean, I feel like I have so much more energy. Trying to lose weight at 55 has been incredibly frustrating, so my personal goal is to lose 20 pounds by the end of the year. And there's another reason why I'm serious about this. My last 2 blood sugar reports weren't where I wanted them to be. With the help of lean, I'm working on my diet, exercise, and weight because I want a much better health report when I see my doctor again. And I'd really like to avoid hearing him say, "You should be on metformin."
The ingredients studied in lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
You're on Outside the Beltway. I'm John Fredericks, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Joining me now, Rob Curley, live in studio. Rob, good to see you.
Hey, how you doing? You all right?
Good, man. I'm never doing better. Love Fridays. It's Reporter Friday. Got Rob Curley here. And hey, you can read Rob Curley, his daily column in Secrets. Just go to WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. Everything is there. You're going to get the inside scoop. And it's got a story coming out on us pretty soon. So I'll tease that a little bit. It's always good to be in the news when good things are happening. But Rob, it's great to have you with us. And man, so much to talk about today. I don't even know where to start. You got some great stories you did this week, really inside. I mean, now that the Secrets thing is rolling, because now you're getting, everybody's kind of getting accustomed to what your column is in there. You're getting scoops, you're getting information no one else has. And that's why we love having you on. But everybody, just go to WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. Rob Curley every day, Monday to Friday, going to knock your socks off. Rob, give us a little taste. Give us a little appetizer.
I'm going to guess. I didn't listen to your show earlier. I was on the Metro Inn. I'm guessing you may have been talking about Dr. Anthony Fauci this week.
A little bit.
Right. So the Secrets way of looking at this is not to do all the obvious stuff, right? Who was doing what and when to whom with the 6 feet and the masks and the vaccinations and the mandates. You know what I was do you know what was the viral moment from that whole hearing? It was when Senator Bernie Moreno said, what the hell were you doing back then? Who the F did you think you were? That was the bit that I think captured in just those few minutes the sheer frustration of the senators trying to get information out of Dr. Fauci. So it's part of an interesting trend, isn't it? On the same day, you remember, President Trump was talking to Fox News, spoke to one of their reporters, Trey Yingst, and was asked about an overnight attack that Iran appeared to have made on a US base in Jordan. And Trump's response was something along the lines of, "We're going to bomb the effing S out of them." So I was looking at, what now is the role of profanity, shall we say, in politics. Once upon a time, politicians were too polite to talk in these terms. So I dug into it a little bit, and there are some theories now on why this is on the rise. There are some numbers to go with that. Some research at Cardiff in the United Kingdom that actually politicians see a way of connecting with their voters. Voters see it as authentic. And whereas 20, 30, 40 years ago, voters would have been put off by this sort of language, nowadays, not so big a deal. So,
well, the Democrats really started it.
Well,
not that long ago.
Interesting that you say
or made
that.
it more common.
Interesting that you say that. In fact, you know, the research is that this language was not used very much until the last 10 years, and it was really with Joe Biden. The words he used were a little bland, shall we say. I'm going to use some of these words on here. He would say things like ass and hell, right? And that was considered quite out there. So it was really Joe Biden that got this whole ball rolling as a president. And of course, Trump, as we know, has run with it. But I said to Bernie Moreno, I messaged him to ask, you know, was this a premeditated thing? Were you, you know, did you think to yourself, how can I get some attention? How can you really express my frustration? And perhaps the F word was the only way to go. And he said, well, no, not really. He says it was not planned, as I worked really hard not to swear out of respect for the office and the institution. But he is a truly despicable human being. And that was the visceral reaction I had to his pleading the fifth and not looking at those in the gallery he harmed, hiding behind a scumbag attorney. So I think there's a whole bunch of things going on. I think it was, you know, very much a thing that happened in the moment for Senator Moreno, but it is part of a trend where I think if you're a populist politician, it is a way of signaling your every man or every woman credentials to your audience. So super interesting. And, you know, the number of times it happened before about 1940 was 0. Since then, with presidents, we're at about 600, with almost all of those expressions of profanity coming in the last 10 years.
I agree. You know, there was a time where you just wouldn't say that. And I think the Democrats made it like commonplace in a lot of their swearing. Joe Rogan does it. Like, I can't sit through 2 minutes of the guy because of the constant F word. I mean, like, I don't even know what the purpose of that is. Just like, say what you have to say.
Are we old farts? Are we? You know, has the trend? What's the one with all the Obama guys on it? Pod Save America. I can't listen to that either because they're using language. You know, when these guys were working at the White House, they were completely buttoned down. They're the sort of DC people you see around all the time in their khakis and their buttoned down shirts. I bet they never used to speak like this, but you put them in front of a microphone, and do they want to be the cool kids? Is that
I guess that's what it is. I don't know why Rogan does it. I mean, I won't listen to him as a result of it. Sometimes we'll get a clip from him and we never play it because we have to spend 15 minutes, you know, bleeping stuff out.
Yeah.
Just don't know what it does. I mean, I made for Lent, I was determined to give up swearing. Really, that was my thing.
How did it go?
I did really good until the end of Lent. I mean, I really did. I was probably 99%. I mean, I really did a conscious effort. And every time I slipped, like, I wrote it down in a notebook and the date because I really tried hard. And then I slipped back a little bit. But now Ann was telling me the other day, you know, you were doing so good there because, you know, you're from New Jersey and New York like I am. And it's just part of the everyday language. But it's gross. And so at my age, really, I shouldn't be saying that. And I've tried really hard. But what happens is when you do that like I did, and then you hear other people saying it, where 6 months ago it kind of rolled over you, now it's like, ooh, that's like gross.
And I think it shows a sort of poverty of language. It shows you don't have the big lexicon to draw from.
I agree with that.
Like I kind of think smart people find ways of talking around it. I mean, I swear far too much. Again, like you, I'm a journalist. I spend too much time watching sports and in bars. You know, I can't say I grew up anywhere. I grew up in a very genteel town in Tunbridge Wells. So, but the other thing is, I feel like it's lost its impact now. You know,
because it's said so much.
It's said so much. I mean, there is one last taboo with the C word, which is a whole other thing. But where I come from, I'm half Irish. I mean, it's every other word is the C word. You know, they have a very different relationship to it. So there's still that last taboo, but what's the fun in swearing if no one's shocked by it anymore?
I agree with that. And the toughest thing for me to stop the swearing might be the same with you, not in general conversation, not at a bar with people. The toughest thing is watching my team play a game on TV and something bad happens.
Well, as you know,
that is the that is the most uncontrollable time. Like, what the F? Like, why are you throwing this guy a fastball like 2-0? Like the guys, and somebody hits a 2-run homer. So, that becomes the hardest control.
Well, you're talking to a Mets and a
Especially
Jets
if you're the
fan
Mets
here,
fan
so
and Jets.
life is tough.
You
life
guys
is pretty tough.
You guys are losing every day again.
You know what?
Although you did win last night.
I've stopped watching. But the funny thing is, it's not as if I was watching the Mets because they were always winning. They've always lost. So I don't know why I'm finding it so hard this season.
Because they were supposed to be better.
The Wall Street Journal had a story a couple of weeks ago saying, "Is this the biggest waste of money in the whole of sports?"
Yes.
And I think it probably is.
It
Right?
probably is. Now Soto's hurt again.
Yeah. Up and down. I mean, Lindor was hitting last night. I don't know. I've sort of stopped following it for now. I had the World Cup. I enjoyed the World Cup, so that was my summer.
Did you bet? Did you bet on the final?
I didn't bet on the final. I had some money on early on that France weren't going to win because they were the favorites. They were so
you
good.
You bet them short.
I bet them, and I won a little bit of money on that. I had England to win the whole thing, and obviously they fell short.
Right.
And then I had some.
That was a heart bet.
Yeah, it was really. But they got, once you get to the semi-final, anything is possible. And did you watch those games? Those Argentinians, I mean,
They're
was
good.
swearing a lot.
Yeah.
Well, they were dirty.
Well, because they're dirty.
They were dirty.
Yeah, they're dirty. I mean, and they the way they play, and even in the final, I mean, what did they have? 3 shots, and what Spain had like 50 shots.
Spain was so good.
They had 50 shots, and Argentina had 3.
Yeah,
but they were still in the game.
They were still in the game, and it went all the way to the end. But then, did you see after the final whistle the Argentinians starting fights with some of the Spanish players? It was ugly. It was, supposed to be the beautiful game. But look, on the subject of swearing, the reason why it was on my mind was another story I looked at earlier this week was what's going on with Pete Hegseth. Suddenly, there were Republican senators briefing against him or speaking on the record, actually, saying that they'd lost confidence. You had Senator Tillis on the record saying some of the moves personnel-wise, getting rid of some senior generals and so on, and also the fact that the Iran war was rumbling on and on and on and on, and that he basically lost confidence in Pete Hegseth. Joni Ernst as well has spoken about her concerns about some of the moves Hegseth had made against other senior Pentagon figures. So I called around other people in the Senate, and I called around the White House to see, does Trump still have confidence in Pete Hegseth? And what I got back I got an on-the-record comment from Anna Kelly at the White House saying full confidence in Pete Hegseth, but also more revealingly from someone who knows the president's thinking pretty well. I was told the president doesn't give an F what Tillis and Ernst think about Hegseth. So again, it's a reminder that you can read all the headlines about secretaries losing the confidence of Republicans or people.
All he's got to have is the confidence of one guy.
One guy. And the president apparently really likes what he's doing. One of the key things is his performances on Fox News, which of course we know is the key to President Trump's heart. You go back and look at Kristi Noem. Of course, there was a crucial moment in a hearing where she rather threw the president himself under the bus.
And that was the end of her. Yeah.
That was the end of her.
Good night.
It didn't really
Good
matter.
night, Irene.
Didn't matter. You can snipe all you want from the sidelines. There's only one person that matters, and Hegseth appears to be playing that quite cleverly. But again, it was another example of some profanity in our politics.
This segment brought to you by the Safer Supervision Act and our friends there. I'm a big believer in it. I'm a big believer in the First Step Act that Jared Kushner did in President Trump's first term. And the natural extension of that is a Safer Supervision Act. Now, here's what's broken. Federal probation officers in this country are overworked. They average about 100 cases. They really should be maxed out at 50. And so what the Safer Supervision Act does, many states have adopted this, Virginia being one of them. We fought for that hard. Glenn Youngkin signed it. Thank you, Governor. But what it does is it gives a probation officer, when somebody is out on probation, they've already been released. They don't have anything to do with what went on there, but they've done their time or they've been released on probation, whatever. And then they're part of supervision with the probation officer. And if they're doing everything right, if that gentleman or lady is doing everything right, they have a job, they're drug and alcohol free, and the probation officer determines they no longer need to be supervised, and they could recommend to a judge, this is now going to be federal law, hopefully, that the person be released off supervision so they can go about their life and reassimilate into society and not contribute to the record recidivism that we have. That's the purpose of this, and it makes a lot of sense. And it's passed in about 22 states, I think. We need to get federal law passed. It's now in markup in the Senate. It's in the committee in the House. Call your senator, call your House member today. Tell them that you want to pass the Safer Supervision Act because it allows people that don't need to be on it to get off. So those that need the supervision can get additional attention from their probation office. So it's a win-win. For more information, visit safersupervision.com. That's safersupervision.com. This is paid for by the Reform Action Fund, and we thank them for doing this. And Rob. So, yeah, I mean, Higgs says has an audience of one, right? But you look now at President Trump, there's no doubt he's lost confidence in John Thune. He went from, he's my friend, he's a good leader, he's a good guy, he's my friend, he's a good leader, to time is running out. He's got to get something done.
Yeah. I mean, it's all come to a halt. The issues are quite clear. There's an impasse. They see things differently, but it's changed so quickly. It's changed in a year. Really, right? As you say, they went from. I think when you look back at the interviews Thune was giving a year ago, I think he knew the rocks were ahead. He was quite careful about what he said about the president. But we have reporting. This morning in the Washington Examiner, one of my colleagues spoke to your old friend Steve Bannon, saying, "Well, this is it. There's no way back for Thune now." And of course, I don't know how close Steve Bannon is to the president these days. I don't know how closely they talk, but I think he's on the money with this one. Thune's done.
I think he's done, and I think if they go on vacation, the outrage is going to be beyond anything you've seen for the Republican rank and file. I mean, to go on vacation when you've done nothing and you just had a vacation, and I don't care what they call it, constituent services, campaigning, it's all nonsense, right? They haven't had a recess. They can't get any of these Trump appointments in. The guy's done nothing. And many of us in the MAGA movement, Rob, believe that Thune is just waiting Trump out, and then they can move on to, Jeb Bush, Joe Bush, that Bush, or whatever Bush. They're just trying to wait him out. And I don't think Thune is going to be able to do that.
Well, I mean, but they don't have long to go, right? You've only got to get to the midterms. I mean, the Republicans will probably keep the Senate, probably going to lose the House. So at that point, Trump's foot is off your neck. If the president loses the House, then a lot of this stuff just grinds to a halt anyway. So he doesn't have long to wait. But you're saying our hardworking senators don't need their vacations?
They don't do shit. I just said a bad
there
word.
We go. There we go. You're going to have to
Bleep
write that
out.
down.
They don't do anything. I mean, it's the fact that they want to take another 5 weeks off. Like, what do you do? Yeah. You've done nothing. Like, get your butt in the chair, go vote, get a recess, get these appointments done, do something. And now you want another 5-week recess. I mean, who the hell gets that? You don't get that. I don't get that. Nobody tuned into us gets that. What, 8 weeks off in the summer? That's unbelievable. And you've done nothing.
So I tell you, this brings me neatly to another story I wrote about this week. I mean, I came away from this week with a newfound appreciation of Senator Lindsey Graham, possibly the hardest working senator in the whole of the country. So what I was looking at was, obviously we had the funeral this week at the National Cathedral. Were you there, by the way? Did you go? Netanyahu came. Zelensky came. Now, of course, they were there to pay their respects to a senator who'd done a lot to argue their case. But I think they were also in DC because they are very aware now there is a big hole for them at the heart of this administration. Who are they going to talk to now who can have a word with the president and say, look, I know you don't want to get involved in foreign wars, but this is a problem. I know you don't want to be sending us more missiles. I know you don't want to be sending us more money, but we really have to keep Russia away from Western Europe. And so one of the things I was looking at, well, who might step into that role? That sort of Trump whisperer, expert on foreign policy, who is traveling every weekend, every vacation to war zones, to foreign capitals, talking to world leaders with a Rolodex full of all these names and numbers. And so one of the names that came up was Katie Britt. That is somebody who Lindsey Graham actually spent a lot of time mentoring, made sure she had a seat at the table when he was meeting some of these leaders, so she was being read in.
Even though she's a freshman
Yeah.
with very little experience.
What is she, 46?
Yeah,
So,
she was chief of staff of somebody.
Tuberville's
chief
so
of
she
staff.
doesn't have those decades of contacts with the key players.
No, she's
around
very
the
young,
world.
and she's a first term. I think she's been there 2 years.
Yeah, 46, I think. And I'm sure Lindsey Graham was thinking, well, I've got 10 years to get her up to speed. And of course, now things are rather different. Roger Wicker was another name in the conversation.
Rhino.
So some might have said that about Lindsey Graham back in the day. But here's the wild card. Here is the absolute wild card. Somebody who definitely has a hotline to the president. Somebody who has started to take a real interest in international affairs, Laura Loomer. What do you think? So she's been in Ukraine this past week. She's been very public about the way she's changed her mind on these things. We know she can pick up the phone and get to the Oval Office. We know that Trump has acted on her advice by firing a number of national security people that Laura Loomer thought didn't pass the sort of litmus test of loyalty. I don't know if that's a real one or not, but I think she's going to have a role to play in all. But my whole takeaway is that no one person can fill this gap. It's probably going to take a range of different people, and certainly none of the people on the list have a golf handicap of 12 and can hold their own on the Trump International Golf Course.
No comment. I mean, when your international advisor is Laura Loomer, I love Laura to death. Very nice lady, but you can't be serious.
It was just a name that was brought up to me. I mean, I'm just a mere reporter. I'm not offering a judgment. I mean, I did suggest she's a wild card. I don't see her. She's obviously not a senator. She doesn't have access to sort of information and the briefings that senators have. But it's an interesting thought.
That's why you call it secrets. It's a secret.
I've silenced the Godzilla of truth.
We're gonna have Rob here for another segment because I gotta digest this. Plus, I gotta get this camera fixed. I've had camera problems since I started today. I don't know what the hell went on. And I did say the S word, so because I'm already broke my Lent thing, I got to get through the weekend. No more bad words. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. We're trucking the truth across America. Coming live from your nation's capital, the cleanest, most beautiful, safest city in America right here. Thank your National Guard. I'll be right back. Rob and I can't wait to get back on it.
Decade. This is the world Past the Wire has conquered, bringing you uncompromised thoroughbred authority and elite track data that anchors the game. But the modern wagering landscape is expanding. Every sport, every line, every prop, and every high-leverage future, we decode the metrics across the entire board. From game day spreads to the explosive new frontier of prediction markets and event contracts, we give you intelligence to dominate the modern financial exchanges. Because in the end, it's a battle. You versus the house. You versus the other players. In this arena, we fight with you. We are your ultimate edge. Welcome to the Ultimate Wagering Network. Subscribe to Past the Wire TV and turn on notifications because when the dust settles,
nobody does it better.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pier 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
I am here because Washington needs fighters, and Graham Plattner is the fighter we need. You bet. I said to myself, that's my kind of man.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
Run! It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Great to have you back in the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming to you live from Washington, D.C., right by the White House. My good friend Rob Curley here. Rob, writer, every day. You get a column from Rob on secrets. Go to WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. Got to read this every day. Keeps you up to date with all little inside scoops. So, and it's also a fun read. He's a great writer, and he's a great guy. And so I love reading his stuff. Very entertaining. You see my camera's all messed up, Rob. I just can't seem to get this thing right today. So I'm going to give up. But no, it's good to have you with us. And this segment brought to you by Salty and my good friend, Crom Carmichael. And I've been taking Salty forever. My cholesterol perfect. My heart perfect. The old ticker's doing good. It doesn't even matter if you have a cholesterol issue or you just want to be sure that everything is even. This is a tea extract. Crom Carmichael came up with this, got one of his inventors to do it. And Bob, because, well, he had cholesterol problems, him and his wife are not feeling well. So he came up with himself. Everything I take is natural. This is an all natural heart and cholesterol manager, right? Take this every day. It's another one thing I take along with my lean. Pop these in, you're good to go. And it's a tea extract, all natural. As long as you can put natural things in your body to help you're in good shape. That's why I'm such a believer in Salty. Just go to GodzillaHeart.com, GodzillaHeart.com. Use promo code Godzilla, GodzillaHeart.com. And you know what? Your cholesterol is going to get to a healthy level like mine. And the best deal for this is to get a subscription offer. That way, you're good to go. Now, right now, you got a great deal because if you buy this, you're going to get 50% off your first shipment, and then future shipments, like I get 3 bottles for the price of 2, and Salty even pays the shipping. Just use promo code Godzilla to get Salty's best offer. All you have to do for Salty, is go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Back to Rob Curley. Rob, give me a little feel of the correspondence dinner.
Yeah.
I didn't go because I only got one ticket and I gave it away. There's no way I was doing that without Ann. So
it
was total ripoff. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was a strange night. It was, as you know, it was at a different location, the Waldorf Astoria, the former Trump hotel, which I guess has more experience of the president visiting. It has fewer entries to the ballroom area. So I guess it was a more secure location, much smaller. Yeah, I mean, at the Examiner, we got, I don't know, six. We went from 3 tables down to like six tickets. Everybody was crunched down. So in some ways, it was better having it smaller. I mean, normally it's huge, but anyway, the Trump was there. He was clear that the show must go on after, of course, the assassination attempt at the previous dinner, and all the headlines, of course, focused on his speech. He spoke for an hour and did, really his classic Trump rally speech. He beat up on Democrats, attacked Joe Biden, attacked plenty of journalists in the room. A couple of his jokes landed very well. My favorite, and apologies, you'll have heard all of these already, I'm sure, if you follow the coverage. But of course, Trump said, "Well, I hope you're enjoying the beef tenderloin." RFK Jr. personally ran down the cow, which got a big laugh in the room. I also enjoyed some of his other asides. Some of the jokes were bad, some of the jokes were very cheesy, and Trump kind of edited as he went along, saying, "Who the hell has written this? This is a terrible joke. Why am I saying this?" So there was some knockabout fun stuff, but you got a room full of journalists drinking. No one really wants to hear a speech for an hour, so that was slightly misjudged. And a lot of the headlines were around. He made, he attacked CNN reporter Caitlin Collins, comparing her with a trans actor, which didn't go down well in the room. CNN has pushed back hard, so a lot of the headlines were around that. But funnily enough, the interesting thing for me was I had drinks with some journalists the next night, some of whom had been at the dinner, some hadn't. And they were more focused actually on the speech by the outgoing president of the White House Correspondents Association, Weijia Jiang of CBS. And they felt her speech was very soft on President Trump. You have a president who has really tried to push back on a lot of coverage. The row with the AP over their language around the Gulf of Mexico versus Gulf of America, throwing them off Air Force One. Similar with the Wall Street Journal for their reporting on the Epstein story, and a number of other instances where the president was seen to have attacked, if not the First Amendment, but certainly the freedom of the press. And she gave a speech very much about her own upbringing, the idea of American exceptionalism, that her as the daughter of an immigrant could rise to this exalted position only possible in America, which sometimes I think us foreigners find slightly hard to take. But she pushed back on the president in one area where she said, "We ask you questions, you push back, we get your answers, we push back. That's the nature of the First Amendment. That's all a settled matter." And that was really as far as she got with pushing back on Trump. And so when I had a drink the next night with some journalists, there was very much a feeling that she should have done more. Her term actually ended at the start of the month. The dinner had been pushed back, so it was a little out of sequence. So she was actually no longer the president. Right. It's now Jackie Heinrich from Fox News. And it was felt that really gave her a huge amount of freedom to issue a much stronger challenge to the president to stand up for reporters' rights. So that really was the sense was very much, well, the president gave the speech we sort of knew he was going to make, but perhaps the WHCA should be doing better at standing up. And to me, it just highlights how weird these dinners are. Whether it's a Republican president, whether it's Donald Trump, or whether it's Joe Biden, as it had been in other years, always feels odd to me to be applauding the speech of somebody you cover. Should I be laughing at their jokes?
It's always weird.
And then having members of the administration at your table sometimes, bumping into RFK Jr. at the bar. Like, are we off duty? Are we on duty? And I think there's a kind of a blurring of the relationship. And so there've been a lot of calls after the dinner, like, do we need to rethink the way that this works? So I don't know. I always find these nights weird. I think you might have made the right call staying away. For me, though, it's always an opportunity to catch up with friends in the press pack, to have a drink with them at the bar. That's the nice bit of it.
It's probably the highlight.
I think so.
In doing that. I mean, I thought Weijia was a good president. Anytime I reached out to her, she got back to me.
Very responsive.
Very responsive. Not exactly, I mean, one of my biggest issues with her was, You're not enforcing the rules, which are in the aisles. There's no tripods.
Yeah.
There's no cameras. I mean, this thing has gotten out of hand where people are now coming in with like bags and suitcases and lining them up on the aisles. Those shouldn't be there. It's a fire hazard. It says very clearly, no tripods, no bags, a pocketbook. That's it. If you're standing up, that is it. But now they've crowded these aisles with all this garbage, and you can't move in there.
I mean, I've had this with people before, that there should not be bags there. There's not enough space for all the reporters.
No, it's bags and it's tripods and it's cameras. It's not like somebody comes in with a little pocketbook. I mean, I'm talking about major suitcases, huge tripods that are like that big, cameras. I mean, and then, people trying to do a hit in the aisle before you're there. Like the last one I was at 2 ones ago, I forget who was there. It was before Caroline, so it was, I don't know, Vance or
So
something.
JD Vance was
It was
probably
packed, and you got to get there an hour early. Well, I had to go to the men's room, and I was on the left-hand side.
Yep.
And I looked back. There was no way that I could get to the men's room.
Yeah.
There was no way.
Yeah.
That thing, because you can't maneuver your way in, and you can't get people to move because of all that crap in the aisle. Most of it from the foreign reporters, who they refuse to do anything about it. And I complained to Ouija a couple of times, and she's like, I sent the email out, but I have no ability to enforce it.
Well, I tell you what happened to me another time. I had a nice position lined up, got there in plenty of time. There were a couple of photographers standing in front of me. What happens I can't remember who it was maybe Marco Rubio. As soon as he comes into the room, I hadn't realized they had these big boxes.
And they
stood on
up.
the boxes.
Yeah.
So I was complete. And again, those boxes should not be there.
They shouldn't
a safety
be there.
hazard.
It's a safety hazard, but they do it. And now you get reporters that are buying those boxes without any cameras just to stand out of to get higher than everybody else.
Yeah.
So now they're blocking your view and you can't even cover it.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm old school, so I write it down. So I've got my notepad, and you're trying to write, and your elbow is brushing against somebody, and they're getting mad at you.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. That JD Vance one, I took up a position, and a woman came and stood right in front of me.
That's the lady from Mike Lindell's organization.
I wasn't going to name and shame.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it's on TV. She's from Lindell, and she's very rude. She wears a loud dress, which is fine, but she screams questions out. And if you're pointed anywhere within 15 feet of her, she's screaming her question out.
And
just rude.
And she sort of accused me of rubbing against her, even though I had stayed in my own space and she'd come stood right.
Well, not only that, she was vulgar about it.
Yeah, let's not get it. Anyway, I had the last laugh because, when we discussed this a couple of weeks ago, JD Vance called on me and said, my name, Rob, which is, in that situation, a little bit of a flex. Because otherwise he's going, you in the red tie or you in the red dress or whatever. So,
the only two people Vance called on in the press conference by name are sitting right here, John and Rob. That was it. But it's just, but look, we just, done the best you can. Now, the whole White House Correspondents Association, I've been saying this forever, it's a cabal. They have no authority to do anything. They control the tents. That's fine on Pebble Beach. But my biggest problem with them is they control that seating chart. They have no right to do that. But nobody's ever stood up to them.
My issue with the elections that we had about 6 weeks ago was that I think there were 4 seats up for grabs. Every single one of those seats was uncontested. A single person stood. And 3 of those 4 were people already on the association. Now, you could rightly say, well, why didn't you run? If you think things need to change, you should have run, and that's fair enough. But I think it is the same people. It is a cozy relationship. It's great for your career. You're having meetings every week with senior White House officials. They get to know you. You get to know them. You get the inside information. It's off the record. You can't report on it, but you know a lot of stuff that's going on there. And I think people do it for a career move. And I think to really start pushing back on the White House. Look, I wish Jackie Heinrich, she's a great person. She's a great reporter. I wish her the best of luck. And I'm just going to have my fingers crossed that she will push back and stand up for us.
Well, we'll see what happens. But they, part of the problem is they control the election because they give out different levels of membership.
Right.
So, for instance, my level of membership, I mean, I just put out a statement in June. Our audience in June was 21.6 million. Okay, so I've got a bigger audience than 90% of the people in there.
Right.
Right. And yet my membership, I'm a non-voting member. Well, why can't I be? I've been going to these things for a decade, standing up there, busting my ass, busting my butt for a decade, and I get a membership and I'm a non-voting member. What is the point of that? Like, what do you mean? I'm there. I've been there for a decade, right? I've got a huge audience. I stand up. I get there early. I'm respectful. I go in the pool. Why aren't I a voting member?
Yeah. I mean, I guess one of the things they've had to adapt to is with President Trump returning to power. There's a lot of people in that briefing room who haven't been there before. A lot of people who don't know the rules. A lot of people who, frankly, are kind of unreliable. I suspect they're struggling to deal with all the new people. But you're right, with your audience and your experience, there's no reason why.
I should be a voting member,
a red member.
Yeah, I should be a red member.
Yeah.
I'm whatever the next level down is. That's not red. And there always excuses. Well, you're a partisan. Well,
well, that would rule out half the members.
80% of them. Yeah. Well, you ran for office. Yeah. Well, what's that got to do with it? Like, I have a right to a job and I have a right to run for office. So what does that got to do with it? Nothing, right? I'm doing my civic duty, trying to, get somebody's trash picked up in my neighborhood. So all of this stuff is nonsense. It's how they control it. But look, I've been complaining about it forever. It's got me nowhere. And every time I go there, this started with Spicer. I went through every single one of them, and I said, you break up the seating, you break up the cabal. The only power they have is controlling those 49 seats. Once you take that out of their hands and you assign them, the whole game changes. And you can keep the first 3 rows. I mean, they got people in there that have journals with an audience that is under like several thousand. I think it's a joke.
I just think they're a bit slow to adapt. I was at the Daily Mail for many years, which is a great website. It's read much more widely than, say, a Politico.
The Blade.
You've got a lot of organizations that are publishing to a purely political audience in Washington, D.C. At the Daily Mail, we were doing all sorts of stories that get read by mine workers in Pennsylvania or homemakers in Wyoming or whatever they might be. And we were way back in the 6th row. Now, gradually, the Daily Mail has moved further forward as they've come to understand that actually it's reaching an incredibly wide audience. But, you could look at some of those, like, I listen to NPR. I might be the last person listening to NPR, and they're still, in the second row? Now, I love their reporters. They're great reporters. But, like, do they have the audience that justifies a second row seat? I'm not sure.
Absolutely not. Or any seat. Because you got some of them in there. Like, I mean, here's one. Let's pick out one. Al Jazeera English. Like, what is their audience? I mean, it's like zero. I mean, give me a break. And they're nice people. And this has nothing to do with the people. They're great people. Both of those journalists, they are friends of mine. They're really nice. You got the Washington Blade. What are you seriously?
I mean, they must have a pretty small audience. Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not, look, they're nice people. I'm not dissing them. But what I'm saying is, when you've been there and you've got, millions of people tuning you in all over the country, you can't vote and then you can't have a seat. And we go through this every single time. You make the application, it gets rejected. It's just not right. And so they can control it. And the minute you got the moxie to get in there and simply break it up, which they've threatened to do, and say, here's a seating assignment, and somebody ain't in it, and we'll revisit it in 90 days. That's what they should do.
Yeah,
and you would be in it.
One would hope. Well, the Washington Examiner has a seat. I'm not part of the White House team, so when I come, I stand in the aisle. But anyway, that's another.
You got to stand in the aisle like with the other schmucks like me.
But
it's called the schmuck aisle.
But what I would say is, what I always used to think? The story is not in the press conference. It's not really in the, that's a setup. It's like the stories are outside. That go and speak to real people. If I want to go and speak to Caroline Levitt, I go and speak to Caroline Levitt. That's where we get the real juice from. No, I know, but the briefing is made for television. I get that for you, it's an important part of your brand. It's an important part of you getting on camera. In terms of, for me, actually generating stories, if I ask a question, sometimes it's more useful for the people who clip it up and put it on social media or for television or whatever. I'm writing stuff. So like being on camera is less vital to me. And I like to get out and about, to be honest. I mean, anyone can sit in a briefing room seat and ask a question. That's the easy bit.
Yeah, well, when you got to stand up there for
That's
2
tough.
hours at my age and getting jostled,
And with my knees.
yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it's just not fun. And but you have to go because you want you're there. You got a hard pass, and so you have to go. You want to go. I mean,
Yeah.
but there should be, and I would even have no problem with a 90-day rotation every 90 days. I have no problem with that. But or I'd have no problem standing up if they got rid of the garbage that's in the aisle, which it clearly states you can't have. So just enforce the rules.
I think that's the clear. I think trying to break up the seating chart is tough. Enforcing the rules, that
Just
should be a
enforce the rules.
no-brainer.
But we just said she couldn't do it, and she was always very nice. She always responded to me, but she said that's really up to White House staff. So then I'd go in there, and they're like, "Well, that's really up to those guys." So like, who's on first?
Yeah. I don't know.
Nobody
Sucks.
wants to deal with.
Yeah.
Just send in the fire marshals and say, "Hey, starting today, you can't put stuff in the aisle."
That would change everything immediately.
Yeah,
right.
just send in the fire
once
marshal.
and God forbid if ever there's a problem in that room and people are tripping over boxes and tripods.
Well, you can't get out. If something happened in there, honestly, Rob, because I couldn't go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
You cannot get out of there. And especially when they close the side doors and got to go in the back for air conditioning or whatever, you really it's quite the hazard. So, but anyway, I've been complaining about it forever. My audience is tired of hearing me whine about it, so it's all good.
We do. Go on. Sorry. Yeah.
Big story you've got coming up this week. What is it?
Well, I don't have it nailed down yet. So, but look, I'm looking at the president's plans to overhaul Dulles Airport, right? And I'm going to dig into the numbers. And this may not be one you like. This may not be one your viewers like. But like, don't we hear time and time again that this isn't going to cost the taxpayer anything? So I don't know if you know much about the history of major infrastructure projects. They always take too long and they always run over budget. So that's one of the things we're going to look at is how does the president stand on big infrastructure projects? Is the taxpayer going to end up footing a bit of the bill for Dulles? Now, let's be honest. Dulles needs an overhaul.
I mean, it needs an overhaul. I don't mind paying my taxes in Washington, D.C. to go for that, or the people in Virginia, because we've got South BWI has gone by the wayside now. Southwest is out of there. So you got two options, Reagan or Dulles.
Yeah.
I mean, I fly out of Dulles a lot, and Metro goes right there. But if you're in Terminal D and you take the Metro, to get from the Metro to Terminal D is 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Like it takes a long time to get there, and it's gross. So they need an overhaul.
It does. I mean, and doesn't obviously I go back home to the UK from time to time, flying into Dulles. You're like, great. I have the global entry, so I'm straight through. I've got everything set up really fast. I can jump on the Silver Line. Silver Line takes me literally a block from my house is where I end up. But of course, before you get to all of that, you got to get on one of the mobile lounges, and your heart always sinks. And I'm using the correct terminology. There is some wonderful.
You call it a mobile lounge?
Well, go back and look. There are some wonderful artist renderings from like the 1950s, from when these are being planned. And the whole idea was you would get on one of these things, you would sit down, you would enjoy a cocktail, and when the plane was ready, it would trundle out to your plane. And it would rise up, and you could just walk onto the plane.
It's not the way it works.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Not the way it works today.
It's like a cattle car.
They were only supposed to be temporary, but of course, they've
been there for 50 years.
Crazy, right? Crazy.
Right. But they got to get rid of those. Yeah. But I mean, if you go to Dulles and you're in C or D and you ride one of those, it is a little different. Rather than go to the terminal and then just go in the tarmac thing there, whatever they call it. But you got to get out. What do they call it? The leisure lounge?
Mobile lounge. That's what it was intended as.
Anything but a lounge. It's basically a cattle crate.
Look up the old pictures. Kind of beautiful women, kind of cigarette, martini. That's what it should look like.
Not quite. Well, listen, I'm for refurbishing Dulles. I like
You
Dulles.
are.
I think it's a good option. And the thing about the Metro going to Dulles on the Silver Line, I mean, it goes right there.
Great.
It's, you know,
Great.
like from my house, one block downstairs,
Yep.
one line.
Yeah.
You know, the best thing about the Metro, not only is it clean and safe now, but I'm always amazed how great their internet is.
Yes.
I don't
Yeah.
know how they did that.
I have no idea. When I'm back home in the UK, I get my phone out. It's like, oh, no signal. What's going? But here, yeah, it's fantastic.
On the Metro.
Really good.
Yeah, the wireless on the Metro is fabulous. And now that they've cleaned it up with the National Guard, like, it's spotless.
I think it's always been good. I moved down from New York, and that's a mess. You want to talk about a mess.
All right, Rob Crilly. You can follow him. Go to WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets, WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. Virginia gang coming up. Maine GOP chairman. Ooh, he's going to be fun today with what's going on in Maine. Susan Collins now pulling ahead. The Democrats are not going to win Saturday. It's all good, though. Terralico is going to get beat by 10. That's a joke. We'll see you when I get back. Virginia gang next.
Opened under unusual circumstances, and people crossed. This man, Salad, crossed the border.
We don't have a good life in Morocco. We don't have a good medicine.
To reach Ceuta, located on the northern African coast, many migrants often swim from Morocco.
Correspondent Ed Donahue says that the migrant death toll is now up to 34. President Trump once again urging Europe to reverse course or risk its own demise. No comment yet from Israel on a proposal aimed at bringing peace to Gaza. The president's International Board of Peace unveiling a plan for Hamas to lay down its arms and Israel to pull back its troops. President Trump focusing on highway safety following a rash of deadly or serious injury accidents.
President Trump announced the Freedom Haulers Initiative, focused on commercial driver's license and highway safety.
We've already removed more than 24,000 non-English speakers from behind the wheel. We've also forced states to cancel more than 28,000 commercial driver's licenses. Today, we're also taking action to replace these unqualified migrant truck drivers with American veterans.
Officials say the goal is to raise safety standards on American highways and prioritize qualified drivers. Willie Nelson, Los Angeles.
Head of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street, stock futures higher. The Dow futures are up 160 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 221 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Lenny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
What happens when citizens begin to fear the very agencies created to protect them? This weekend, the America 250 film series presents Police State. Dinesh D'Souza examines intelligence, law enforcement, and the warning signs of government power turned inward. Watch Saturday and Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern on Salem News Channel.
Some survivors of the Southwest Japan earthquake have taken to sleeping in their cars as electricity and water are scarce.
Hirokazu Sato, a father of three, lost his home after the magnitude 7.1 earthquake hit Kumamoto Prefecture on Tuesday. He was worried his one-year-old baby will disturb other people in the evacuation center. Like many others, Sato and his family decided to live in their car for the time being. Nearly 19,000 homes were still without electricity. Meanwhile, concerns were growing about illness, including from the sweltering heat. More than 9,000 people were staying in the roughly 400 shelters where power sources were being added to provide air conditioning. I'm Karen Shamas.
Cooler temperatures and rising humidity levels helping firefighters control a massive wildfire that's still burning in southwestern France. News and analysis, townhall.com. Changes on the way at Scouting America.
At the National Jamboree, one of Scouting's biggest events, dedicated spaces for gay young people, women, and scouts of color have been eliminated. Some scouts who had planned to attend in West Virginia backed out. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth threatened to end the Pentagon's century-old partnership with Scouting America if it did not make changes, including refocusing away from diversity initiatives. A Scouting America spokesperson said the organization remains fully committed to welcoming and serving all youth, but did not address questions about the changes to the Jamboree. I'm Ed Donahue.
Amazon planning to boost spending on tech, mostly artificial intelligence, by an additional 10%. This after the tech and e-commerce giant delivered strong profits and net sales during the fiscal second quarter, helped by surging growth in its prominent cloud computing unit. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
It's time we send a farmer to Congress. Charlie Hatcher, a fifth-generation Tennessee farmer who served under Governor Bill Lee. A business owner, Charlie Hatcher is an America First conservative who gets things done. Pro-gun, pro-life, pro-Trump, Charlie Hatcher is the trusted conservative leader we need. Endorsed by Tennessee leaders, Charlie Hatcher is built farm tough. On August 6th, vote Charlie Hatcher. It's time we send a farmer to Congress. Invest in Tomorrow Coalition PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, Just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man about whom Sean Connery once said, "Now that's a cool cat," John Fredericks.
He joins us now. So, Senator, you guys are going to do what with Fauci now?
Well, what needs to happen next is, Jesse, he needs to be held in contempt because he came, you saw what he did 111 times. He took the fifth. This guy has got to be the biggest scam artist ever. I mean, he's the biggest scammer of COVID, the biggest scammer in American history. He got rich, Jesse, during COVID while everybody else was sitting at home or sick. Fauci was getting rich. $1 million that guy got in cash prize money for himself during COVID, using his employees, using the federal government. This guy needs to be held in contempt. I hope DOJ will prosecute him for it.
And that's a crime, to make your staff apply for cash awards?
Yeah, it is. It's completely illegal already under federal law. You cannot use your staff to go and apply for cash awards for yourself. You're not even supposed to solicit cash awards, period. Fauci was out there doing it left, right, and center for years. He would write in his diary, today, hundreds of thousands of people have COVID. And then the very next thing is, and I applied for this award. $900,000 here, $50,000 there. $1 million, Jesse, that he got. $1 million in cash.
All right, but you can't get him on that because he's got the pardon for that, I believe. But you can get him for contempt. Now, contempt is what? You're just telling Congress to screw off? And what do you face in penalties for that?
You know, it's up to DOJ to prosecute it, and I hope that they will, Jesse, because here's the deal. As you just pointed out, he has a huge pardon from Joe Biden, bigger than Hunter Biden's pardon. But that means if you get a pardon, you can't take the fifth anymore.
All right, you're back on the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America. It's time for the Virginia Gang, and we got a great crew joining us today for Virginia. Maine GOP Chairman, my good friend Jim Diarmond, is with us. We had a lot going on in Maine. Former governor, former senator, Virginia, George Allen, with us. Chris Saxman, the indelible one, is here. Means ratings are going up. Great to have everybody with us. Governor Allen, we're going to get to you in a second, and Saxman, but I want to start here with Maine Republican Chair Jim. Am I saying your name right?
Diarmond. You're very close. It's Diarmond. It's very hard to pronounce.
Diarmond. Okay, good name, Diarmond. Jim Diarmond. It's good to have you back, Jim. From the last time when we talked about Graham Plattner, now we're talking about another guy. He's got all kinds of allegations coming out against him now. He was the Speaker of the House or the Senate leader or something. Now he's your Democrat Senate nominee, trailing Collins in the polls. But now we've got kind of a gross story coming out about his kids or second cousins or something. What's going on here in Maine, Jim?
Well, John, I've put in a new word in my vocabulary. I think I'm a well-read man and well-educated, but consanguinity is now a word in my vocabulary. Being descended by the same ancestor. Looks like candidate Jackson grew up in high school in the small area and you can't get any further north in Maine than at the Allagash area. And he dated his cousin through high school, and they've been living together ever since and have 2 children. They are second cousins. I don't believe it's illegal in Maine, but the Catholic Church, which he was part of, looked down on it. They never got married, and it's just a mess. It's the Democratic Party in Maine is just collapsing on themselves, and they don't do their due diligence by going through these people. Troy Jackson is a known entity here in Maine. Graham Plattner was a nobody when he first showed up on the radar here. But not Troy Jackson. He's been around making mistakes left and right. He's got a long history in Maine, and you're going to see a lot more come out shortly.
Let's get to Chris Saxman, because Chris and I, Jim, we're going to do a bus tour in New Hampshire and Maine in October. So
wait, what?
You're going to be our main. Come on, Saxman. You're going to be our main conduit there.
Yeah.
But before, George Allen knows a little bit about the Senate, but give us the sense here of what is going on with this guy, Troy Jackson. he kind of got nominated in a coup, if you will. It was kind of a rigged system. Plattner's out. Troy Jackson's in. He ran for governor. I think he came in third or fourth, right? He got his clock cleaned. And that primary ran fourth. Now he's back. Give us the state of play right now, Chairman Draymond in Maine.
Well, as we sit here today talking, back in our primary not too long ago, 152,000 plus Democrats and independents, they're allowed to vote in the primary. They can pick a ballot from either party. 152,000 voted for Graham Plattner. Shocking, but that many people did. And he collapsed, as we all saw. We knew he would, and they decided they were going to replace him. And they had a quasi convention, the replacement party, to have him to find a candidate to replace him. And at that time, less than 600 Democrats, handpicked party operatives, got together and they voted for Troy Jackson. I'm going to say less than it wasn't unanimous, but it was 500 plus voted for Troy Jackson to install him. And I'm going to say many independents who took a Democratic ballot have been left on the just kicked to the curb and left to sit there and suffer, and they don't get a chance to vote to elect their replacement, and it's caused some hard feelings up here among them.
Governor, what do you think of this Maine mess, Governor George Allen?
Yeah, I was taking notes through it all. Let me. It's great, good timing. Number one, I want to commend Maine for having an open primary. I think that's good, that each party should have an open primary and allow independents to vote. They choose the Republican or Democrat ballot. And I think it allows more people to participate in that nomination. What they did in Maine with their convention with this situation, the Democrats, is better than what the Democrats did in 2024 in the presidential situation. At least they had a convention. In Virginia, we used to use conventions. This Jackson's from Allagash. All I know about Allagash is it's a really good beer. Allagash beer, if it's served anywhere in Virginia, you'll really like it. More importantly, Susan Collins is an excellent United States Senator. She is perfect. She is conscientious about Maine. The people who are outside of New England or outside of Maine who are Republicans and conservatives will from time to time be upset. And I remember they'd be upset with Susan Collins and Olympia Snow and so forth. And they'd be complaining, oh, they only vote with us half the time. And I'd say, look, would you rather have someone who votes with us half the time or 0% of the time? And so Susan Collins is just a conscientious U.S. Senator. She looks out after the people of Maine. And the Democrats are flailing around with these candidates who are, let's say, not perfect in many respects. But let's not have that be diminishing our enthusiasm, the work that needs to be done by the Republicans and sound thinking independents in Maine to get out and vote for Susan Collins. And I know some of the Trump people may not like Susan Collins because she's not 100% with him, and neither am I. But the point is, it is essential that Susan Collins keeps working for the people of Maine. And she's, with her leadership position, she has a tremendous amount of influence. And my wife, Susan, and I really admire Susan Collins and her strength, her good sense, her commitment to the people of Maine. And again, Maine is not the same as Texas. And that's the beauty of our country.
Right.
The states are the laboratories of democracy and innovation. And so don't be deceived. The Democrats are going to pile a ton of money into this campaign. And in many respects, this Jackson is a greater threat to Susan Collins than Plattner was. It was such a national embarrassment. So Susan Collins is still going to have a tough race in her hands because Maine votes about the same as Virginia. It's about +6 for the Democrats. In presidential elections. And so it's not going to be easy. And Susan Collins has defied political gravity winning in Maine. And so it's going to be a tough race and all hands on deck.
Governor, Were you able to serve with her when you were in the U.S. Senate? Did your
Sure.
times there overlap?
Oh yeah, they sure did. They sure did. You know, I was just at Lindsey Graham's funeral this week, and everyone said how Lindsey was so great with Kavanaugh, getting Justice Kavanaugh in. Susan Collins' speech
Right.
For Justice Kavanaugh was one of the best speeches I've ever heard anyone give, and it was about 40 minutes long.
Right.
But she listened to all the evidence from all the different sides. She was like a judge in
Right.
determining whether or not Justice Kavanaugh or the nominee should become a justice. And her speech on the Senate floor was the key decision making, and I think her speech was very persuasive in the way she looked at it impartially. And Justice Kavanaugh, that's probably not something you should want to say in the midst of the main election, but that's an example of her thoughtfulness and even-handedness in making decisions.
Chris Exman, I know you and I are going there on our bus tour in October. What is your take now of this race?
I look forward to the memo, John. That's great.
Yeah. By the way, John, it's blasphemous to go during the football season. You're gonna have Chris go up to New England.
Yes.
Well, we have a little bit of a bridge here in the conversation because if it's football season, this guy's from Allagash. Sounds like he's more from Alabama. Roll Tide. There's a reason why this was outlawed by the Catholic Church centuries ago, is because it was very bad for society. And one of the problems we have throughout the Islamic world is that this is happening culturally, and they just don't have the IQ that other cultures have. And this is a really, really bad thing, and a horrible thing for Maine to have to suffer under. This is a conversation like, is this who we want to send to the United States Senate? I don't know the man, never met him, don't know his issues, never met Susan Collins. I've heard good things back and forth, but this is an issue is going to be troubling in the election. Just from an election political analysis standpoint, this is a literal backwards step. And I don't think the Democratic Party wants to take this one on, but they have chosen to do so. So,
Well,
good
Jim,
luck.
he was majority leader. He served there. Why did this ever come out? And so my first question is, why didn't it come out? My second question is it really going to matter to voters in Maine?
Well, I don't know how much it's going to matter. I think there will probably be a few people who won't have a problem with it. Many do, but it's not the most serious issue that will come out about him. And being the Maine GOP chairman, I'm going to tell you right now in this TV show, there's a lot more coming out, and it's going to probably be bad, if not worse. And the Democratic Party in Maine, I don't know who's running it now, but I think come November, when all is said and done, and we win back our state house, and we win all our other races, and Susan Collins is replaced, and we have CD2, our second congressional district, Northern Maine, which Allagash area is part of. That's going to go red with Governor Paul LePage taking that seat back. I don't know. I think you're going to see a major house cleaning at the Democratic headquarters, because the things they've done in this campaign are just mind-boggling, and the people just are not doing their due diligence, checking all these candidates and willy-nilly just throwing them out there for the people to lap up they kind of compete against each other, who can be more liberal or more socialist. So Troy Jackson initially started as a Republican a long time ago. He then morphed into an independent, and now he's morphed into a Democrat. He's more of a chameleon than a politician, but sometimes you have to be both. And he is, we couldn't have picked a better replacement for Graham Plattner. Unfortunately, both will be an embarrassment to Maine, and we'll have to get through the elections in November and listen to all the stuff. But at the end of the day, Susan Collins is a righteous woman, and she votes more than 50%. She's more like 80-20 with the president. And every time I go to an RNC meeting, because I represent the state as the chair, I'm a voting member of the RNC, there's always a tap on my shoulder from someone from the White House saying that President Trump really needs her to get reelected. So I understand the feelings of some of the voters up here, but Susan Collins has discovered the magic formula. She has the secret sauce to get elected statewide. And it's different from being elected in CD1 or just CD2. The state is different. It's very blue down on the South Coast around Portland. But you get further up north or west off of 95, it's very red. And Allagash beer, it is a good beer, but it's not made in Allagash. It's made in Portland. And but it is a darn good beer, and I think people should drink more of it. Go Maine.
Drink it in a cellar at the victory party, Mr. Chairman. When you get a member of Congress, a new governor, and reelect Susan Collins.
Thank you.
Joe,
and wearing LL Bean clothes.
That's right. Joe with us, former state senator, Virginia, former Democrat, now an independent. Joe, we're both Catholic. What do you think of this marrying your second cousin thing? And well, he didn't marry her, but he had kids with her. I thought the reason you're not supposed to do that was because
genetics.
Genetics,
Yes,
right?
Genetics. I mean, my
Exactly.
God, the inbreeding of Europe was ended by the Catholic Church on this issue. The fact that the Democrats have a candidate and is on the ballot is absolutely stunning from a branding perspective.
okay.
This is horrible. I mean, this is absolutely horrible for the Democratic brand, and it's going to be nationally talked about now. God, what the hell?
They can't dig themselves out of the holes they put themselves in. And you're right. I am as well a Catholic, and I cannot believe that what they've allowed to go through here. And Maine there's a lot of Baptists up in that area too, and his own people aren't happy with him up in the Allagash area. He ran for selectman recently, and I believe it was selectman, and he lost, and he demanded a recount, and he complained about the recount procedure, and I think it was a relative of his that was running the recount, and he still lost. So
Well,
it's when you look into this guy, you're gonna find out that this guy is for us, he's the gift that will keep on giving through November.
Wow.
Depends on how long that story continues. But Chris was right. It's all genetics. In fact, state codes throughout the country prohibit certain lineal marriages, certainly siblings, first cousins. The fact of the matter is nobody distinguishes between second cousins and first cousins, so it's a disaster. End of story. With that said, let me ask Governor the following. In my opinion, there's no question that because of the political climate, the Democrats retake the House. My question is this. If the Republicans hold on to Collins, do the Republicans necessarily then control the Senate in November?
That's a good question. Well, I don't. Being for Jen Kiggins and Rob Whitman, who are both going to be in really tough races, I think they can prevail, but it'll be tough. But regardless of what happens in the House of Representatives races, the Republicans right now, if you look at all these battleground states, Republicans are having a hard time right now in Texas, and that's going to waste a lot of money in that Texas Senate race with Paxton rather than Cornyn. So I think that Abbott will help Paxton win because there's a governor's race going on there. North Carolina doesn't look good right now, at least at this point, so that's a -1. Ohio is neck and neck. And it's hard to say how that's going to go. They have a really tight governor's race because I'm looking at these governor's races as well. For example, Kelly Ayotte next door to Maine and New Hampshire is running for re-election as governor. I think she will win. It was good to see her at Lindsey Graham's funeral as well. And I think that could help Sununu out. And I think that's an achievable win in New Hampshire. The Iowa is close, but I think Republicans will win Iowa. There now, the governor's race is really tight in Iowa. So, and then Alaska's the Democrats have nominated someone who's been elected statewide as member of Congress, and so Alaska's going to be a tight race. But I think if they don't win Maine, the best opportunities for Democrats are Maine and North Carolina right now. Ohio's doing pretty close, but I think the Republicans have a good shot at flipping. If the Democrats nominate this Al Said, I may be saying his name wrong. I think Rogers has just a great chance. And in fact, I think he's a really top quality person who barely lost last time. Heck, I contributed to him. if the Democrats next Tuesday, I think is when the Michigan primary is, I think either, no matter who, I think Rogers has a good chance of winning. So I think if the Democrats don't get Maine, it's hopeless. But I think the Republicans, even if losing Maine, could pick it up by picking up in Michigan and other states. It could be flipped, including New Hampshire.
Jim?
Well, I tell you, I am certain that Senator Collins is going to be reelected.
Good.
As I said, she has the secret sauce, the secret formula, and I best describe it. She is on the top of a ice-covered mountain in Maine, and she's got to get to the bottom to be reelected. And she goes down in her truck, and she bounces off the left guardrail, bounces off the right, back and forth, back and forth. She gets a little dinged up at the bottom, but she's elected, and she will be reelected again. And the Democrats up here have just lit themselves on fire. I don't know what's going on, but we're rolling along. I think Graham Flattner, his implosion, scared away a lot of big donors, and unfortunately, I think they're going to be available to other parts of the state. You know, my friend Mike Watley in North Carolina, I hope he can pull that out. And but unfortunately, I think a lot of money that's left Maine is going to go into other races. And not to say that we at the Maine Republican Party would love to have donations, because we are working a lot harder than we ever had before. We started early. We're doing a great job. My staff, we're doing fantastic. We have a couple of get out the vote operations that have never been done before. So I'm looking forward to November and Senator Collins. I mean, it's the Democrats are going to put a lot of money in, but it's going to be, I think, the Democratic operatives in D.C. and the different party people will be diverting funds. But the major private donors, I think, have picked up and moved along.
Jim, can you guys win the State House there?
It's going to be very close. I believe we're going to take back the House. The Senate is a closely run thing. The governor's race is still way early in that race. The Democrats have a lead in that, but anything can happen in Maine, as we've seen, and who knows? But I believe we're going to take back a lot of Maine, and definitely the 2nd congressional district, and we're going to reelect Senator Collins. So we're going to do our job to help the president maintain control of the House and the Senate in D.C.
Well, Saxman and I are going on a bus tour there. You'll be the first one we call, and we'll have your beer, whatever it's called.
I'll even tell you, I'll take you to the best lobster place up here.
Let's go. We're in. We're
All
in.
right.
Loves loves going on the bus. We're going to have so much fun.
I can't wait to find out more about this trip.
Thanks. Yeah, you find out on the air, Chris. That's the way our company rolls. Why
Hey,
bother?
Saxman, you're funding this trip. You didn't know that either.
Yeah,
did you?
Why bother to do emails and talk?
Well, it sounds like it's going to be the Dueling Banjos tour. So
yeah.
Chris, I guarantee you'll get on that bus. You'll be heading down 95, and John is going to hand you a piece of paper, and he's going to say, write me a check. And he's not going to let you out of the bus until you write him a check to fund this bus tour.
Yeah, you get that past Michelle. That's going to be a tough lift. I'm just going to say this.
I may demand a check for you to cross the border in your bus. So let's look at that too.
All I heard was lobster and Allagash beer.
And by the way, all your toothpicks come from Maine. Toothpicks, isn't that right, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Jim Dairman, thanks for being with us. Jim, people want to follow you in Maine. Where do they go?
MaineGOP.com. We're on Facebook. We're on everything. You just go to Google us, and it'll show you all our social media sites. And we're looking for donations. So I know you got a big audience and a great audience, but to keep the party running here, to do the good fight, we are doing it, and we're kicking butt. And it's a pleasure to be on here with you and the other gentlemen here. Great group, and thank you very much for having me.
Gentlemen, thanks for the compliment. I like that. I'm included in that. Hey, can I give a shout out? Can I give a shout out to your executive director?
Go ahead.
She's great.
Yeah.
She's great.
Yep. We have a great team. We have a really good team. Our communications director, 20 years old, never had one before in the state of Maine. I took over. I said, we've got to take back social media. We got our butt handed to us in the years past. So I think the staff at the Maine GOP is exemplary.
All right, good job.
Thank you.
Shout out to your team there. They always get back to me immediately, so thank you.
Okay.
Jim, we'll see you soon. Good luck in Maine.
Thanks, John.
And just a very quick break, and we're going to be right back. We got Frank Zaccanelli coming up. We got a big show starting on Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 6 to 7. Frank's coming up. Keep it right here with the Virginia Gang.
Recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Wagering at its finest, playing at the highest levels, under the highest stakes, for more than a decade. This is the world Past the Wire has conquered, bringing you uncompromised thoroughbred authority and elite track data that anchors the game. But the modern wagering landscape is expanding. Every sport, every line, every prop, and every high-leverage future, we decode the metrics across the entire board. From game day spreads to the explosive new frontier of prediction markets and event contracts, we give you intelligence to dominate the modern financial exchanges. Because in the end, it's a battle. You versus the house. You versus the other players. In this arena, we fight with you. We are your ultimate edge. Welcome to the Ultimate Wagering Network. Subscribe to Past the Wire TV and turn on notifications, because when the dust settles,
nobody does it better.
Socialism failing to work as it always does, this time in Venezuela. You talk about giving everybody something free, and all of a sudden there's no food to eat. And who do you think is the richest person in Venezuela? The daughter of Hugo Chavez. Hello. Anyway, 0-2.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, you're back on the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. Frank Zaccanelli coming up. I think Danny had the wrong link. I think it was going to the Godzilla Wins link, because he says he's on, but we don't have him. So I just sent him the right link, and hopefully he'll be joining us here in a moment. While we're waiting for Frank to join us, guys, let's talk about Virginia. We got two tough races. As these goes the House. Kiggins, 2nd District. This thing is tied. Whitman should be ahead. He's not. That's tied. I think Whitman wins, but if Kiggins and Whitman don't win, there is no shot to win the House. Then you go to Pennsylvania, guys, and I'm looking at 3 races there that we have to win to keep the House. Scott, Perry, Fitzpatrick, and Bresnahan. We win those 3, and the 2 in Virginia, we got a hell of a shot to keep the House. What do you guys make of that?
I think it's fair analysis. I think the key, if Kiggins loses, the House is gone, because that's the tide we talked about in 22 when we were up at Oz's election night, John. It's Virginia 2, Virginia 1, Virginia 7. That's the bobber in the water.
Right.
And that's you're going to see that tide.
Well, we're not going to win the 7th. I mean, that's not even.
No. I'm just saying, but that's the tide. I mean, if you win the 7th, that's not going to happen. But that was the tide we were talking about in 2022. But for Americans around the country here, Republicans, you should be looking at Virginia too. That's the first one that's going to report. That's where George Allen lives right now. It's America's beachhead, if you will, back in the day. When we planted our first feet on the soil of Virginia and of America.
First landing.
First landing. That's right. So that's the one I would take a look at. Kiggins is looking really good there. She's working very hard. Whitman in the first. One poll has him up 4. One has him down 1 in the internal polls. So the Republicans have a lot of work cut out for him in Whitman's district. If he spends his time in Western Henrico and Chesterfield County, he should win, but he's got to spend the time here. That's where I live. And we just don't see a lot of Rob Whitman right now in this part of the district. That's the bluest part of the district with the most people. It's very densely packed suburban voters that historically in the last 10 years have not supported Donald Trump or his congressman.
Yeah, I agree with both of what you're saying. The first district with Whitman, and he's got a tough challenger. If she wins, I think she'll win the nomination. But really, the second district, the coastal Virginia district, really is a bellwether for Virginia. It is one of the top 3 or 5 races that are targeted every election cycle. Jen Kiggins is just a hardworking, dedicated member of Congress. Yep. She has a record of bipartisanship, which matters. Maybe not to a lot of your listeners, but for being effective as a legislator and good governance, she's very effective. Now, the fact that she's running against Luria, I think to some extent is a benefit. People want to throw out the bums. They have that attitude this year. Well, Luria was part of it. Whatever people are upset with Fauci and the lockdowns, and they could be upset with Trump and Biden and certainly Governor Northam for the excessive paranoid hypochondriac policies in Virginia compared to Tennessee and Georgia and Florida and South Dakota and, states that love freedom and live that way, unlike the paranoid hypochondriacs that were running Virginia and the timid acquiescence to it. But the Luria, this is an example. Everyone cares about these legislators, these members of Congress getting enriched, making stock trades. John, I'm sure through this last year or so you've been talking about it. And Pelosi was against this bill to say, no, you can't do this stock trading, no insider trading, so to speak. And Jen Kiggins has been for consistently. Luria, when she was Congresswoman, called it BS and was against it. But all of a sudden she sees polling that says, hey, people are against this. And her wealth is like quadrupled while she was in Congress. And now she's running ads that she's in favor of it because of the corruption of the Trump administration. Well, I mean, this is an election year conversion. And people hate the hypocrisy of folks in politics who say one thing to get elected and do something opposite when they're in. So this kind of flip-flopping really shows the lack of trustworthiness and the veracity of Luria and her record in office, and now saying something 180 degrees different.
Well,
It'd be one thing if she said nothing, but she said it was BS.
She's a phony.
She really hated that idea. So I think Jen Kiggins, it'll be a squeaker, but I'll have her with me side by side. If you want a helicopter pilot, which she was, and is also a geriatric nurse, she cares for people, and she also has that medal that you'd want as a leader.
Well, Chris Saxman, when we're doing our election night show, right?
Okay, I'll put that on the calendar. Thanks again, John.
Yeah, like the.
You're 2 for 2.
We've been doing it for 15 years.
You know, little heads up. Just,
you got a heads up. This is why we have this show.
This is a little ask.
I'll let Michelle know.
It's all we're asking for.
Yeah, it's all good. But that's the race we're gonna look at, right?
Yes.
We're gonna get
that's the beachhead, boys.
2-1. We're gonna look at 2-1 in Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
And Kiggins is gonna win because she's a beast. We're gonna look at 2. Whitman gets beat, we're going to get wiped out, right? So I don't even want to.
Oh, that's deep. That's a deep loss nationally.
We're going to get wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Whitman wins, Keegan wins. Then we're going to go to Pennsylvania. Then you're going to look at Brian Fitzpatrick in Bucks County. He's always tough. That thing's neck and neck. Bresnahan is neck and neck in the middle of the state. And then Scott Perry, they always say he's going to lose. He always wins. Those are if the Democrats are going to have to win 3 of those or 4 of those 5 seats to gain control.
Yep.
I think we're going 5 for 5. I think.
Yeah, but there's going to be races. There'll be some tight races
early.
in New York, even in North Carolina. Some
Right.
of those Texas gerrymandered districts may not come out the way that Republicans wanted either. That's great. Arizona, of course, takes late into the night, but
Sent the wrong link.
Like there's
Yeah, now I'm on my
Arizona
phone.
that's
They sent the
gonna be
wrong
really
link.
tight.
Oh, thanks, Frank. We got you.
Okay, we got Frank. Speaking of Frank, we're going to get to Frank here and our new show launching on August 3rd, which is going to be Monday, 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern Time, nationally across our network, 5 to 6, obviously, in Tennessee. That's Central. And that is called Pass the Wire Sports. Pass the Wire Sports. We got a video ad for this. Dan, roll it.
Wagering at its finest, playing at the highest levels, under the highest stakes, for more than a decade. This is the world past the wire has conquered, bringing you uncompromised thoroughbred authority and elite track data that anchors the game. But the modern wagering landscape is expanding. Every sport, every line, every prop, and every high leverage future, we decode the metrics across the entire board. From game day spreads to the explosive new frontier of prediction markets and event contracts, we give you intelligence to dominate the modern financial exchanges. Because in the end, it's a battle. You versus the house. You versus the other players. In this arena, we fight with you. We are your ultimate edge. Welcome to the Ultimate Wagering Network. Subscribe to Past the Wire TV and turn on notifications because when the dust settles,
Nobody does it better.
Okay, want to welcome Frank Zaccanelli with us, former minority owner, general manager, president of the NBA Dallas Mavericks, also one of the key campaign operatives back in the time when Ross Perot ran for president entrepreneur, and now part of a new network that he's joining with us at John Fredericks Media Network, Pass the Wire Sports, which launches Monday, 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We can't wait for this thing as the John Fredericks Media Network moves more into sports, news, talk sports. That's what we are. And Frank, thanks for joining the Virginia gang here. We're excited about your new show, having you on, and what your vision is. And everybody on the show knows a little about athletics. You've got former governor of Virginia and Senator George Allen, of course, his father, Coach Allen of the Washington Redskins. Chris Saxman and I do Godzilla Wins. We've been doing that forever, and everybody knows where I stand on it. Frank, give our audience and give our panel just a little flavor of your vision, where this is headed.
Well, good to be with you, John. We're excited to be part of the John Fredericks Network. John has really built, with his wife Ann, a tremendous, independent network, maybe one of the biggest, if not the biggest in the country.
Thank you.
And we're really interested in being able to be part of that as kind of step one in getting this show really on the map. The genesis of really the show is really to give information about sports gambling, about everything to do with the poly market and the Kelce prediction markets, horse racing, NFL, all the pieces. When I looked at this, I looked at a landscape that I determined it was not being done well. All the national shows now are involved in some form of prediction or online gambling activities. All of the, sports leagues. When I was back with the Mavericks in 96, 97, 98, when I was really active as an executive, I couldn't walk into a sports book. Today, everybody is promoting it. because the business has become gigantic. And so, we're not going to be out there promoting gambling, but for people that actually are gambling, we want to be able to provide a lot of information. And part and parcel now to us going on the John Fredericks network is in the next 3 months, we're going to link up as an affiliate with one of the big gambling platforms, or more than one, where we're going to be able to feed into their systems. So, I'm very excited about it. My partner, John Stinton, is probably one of the best handicappers in the history of horse racing. He's also was a professional gambler. He knows as much about sports as anybody. And I'm just excited to get the show on the road, as they say, John. Let's get the show on the road Monday, 6 to 7 East Coast time, 5 to 6 Central time, pastthewire.com.
And you're going to be able to get it across our radio platform, on our TV network right here. You can go to jfmn.tv. It'll be on Getter, Instagram, Facebook Live, any platform that we have video, it'll be on all of our radio apps. So it's national. And, Governor Allen, you've been involved in this for a long time. One of the things that was compelling about Frank and his vision is you look at these, I'm not involved in them, but you look at these prediction markets. What are they? Koshi and what's the other one?
Kalshi and Poly Market.
Yeah, these things, Governor, these things are bigger than ever. I mean, I got friends of mine that bet everything you can imagine. I mean, they're betting on those two races we just talked about. They're betting on what the percentage is going to be, how much money is going to be. It's crazy. I mean, what has happened where society is now betting on everything?
Well, they are. And in fact, political campaigns will look at those prediction markets as much as they may look at polling.
Yep.
People will have John McLaughlin or whomever doing polling for you, or Brad Todd or whomever, and they'll say, well, yeah, but of course, those people who are betting on these predictive markets are looking at polling and synthesizing that as well. So it's you're trying to look at every factor, every sort of indicator, and those are indicators, and so the campaigns followed. As far as gambling, I forget, maybe it's Tennessee. Yeah, I think it's in Tennessee. Their lottery sales are going down because rather than people in Tennessee playing the lottery, and I suspect it's the case in Virginia as well. But I was looking at some of the governor's nomination fight there in their battle in Tennessee. And the lottery sales are down because people they're on their phones. They're making bets on their phone, and it's ever since that decision, and I think it was the right decision by the Supreme Court, where sports gambling was limited to 4 states, but the only state that really did it was Nevada. Although Delaware and Oregon and Idaho or whatever, there was 4 states. Now it's virtually every state. And so long as your state allows it, people are on their phones betting. In fact, when New Jersey, of course, was a case that filed a lawsuit. It was New Jersey versus the federal preemption of all but 4 states as far as sports betting. New York, the state of New York, did not allow it. So there would be people leaving their offices in New York City and getting on a train, and then the phone could detect where you are. And when they were in New Jersey, they could place their bets, and then you get off of the stop and take the train back into New York City. And so I don't, people could do what they want. I don't bet the lottery. I don't bet on sports, but I think I like freedom, and I don't think that people who are wasting their money on the lottery or horse racing or skill games or slot machines or whatever else. Sports betting, though, is not the same as playing a slot machine.
Well, Governor, I'm one of those. I'm one of those people that did that when I'd be visiting in New York during Sunday.
There you are. You're an example of it.
I would take the train to the path to Hoboken, make my bet, and come back. When we lived in Raleigh, I mean, I can't believe I'm even saying this. We lived in Raleigh. There was no gambling in North Carolina, right? So we were in Raleigh. Well, I would drive on a Saturday after Godzilla wins. I would drive an hour and 15 minutes up, I guess it was what, 95 to get to the Virginia border, make all my bets for the weekend, college football, and then drive back. And then
All right, now, John, this would
on the way back.
This is a great time for the gambling disclosure, John.
Yeah, no kidding. This sounds like an addiction to me.
Jesus.
With it, but you know what? It really is a big source of revenue, and every state doesn't tax it the same.
Mm-hmm.
There's different rates of taxation of your winnings in each state. When I was governor, we had the lottery, and it was very interesting. This validates what you would do. And I'd always want to look at revenue estimates. What are we getting in from sales taxes, income taxes, corporate taxes? And the lottery was a big source of revenue. It's either third or fourth. And then they'd break it down by county. Where are the most? And North Carolina and Tennessee in those days did not have the lottery. I was one of the heathens that voted when I was in the legislature for the lottery referendum, because a quarter of Maryland's lottery revenues were Virginians. But along the North Carolina-Tennessee border, all those counties had the highest per capita lottery sales. And the number one county was Scott County.
Oh, my God.
And this wasn't people in Gate City that were praised by the lottery. These folks coming in from Tennessee, from Kingsport, and Weber City in particular.
You're not going to put the genie back in a bottle. Let's get back to Frank here.
Well, here's why Frank's show is so important. We've had the conversation, and we have it every Saturday. People aren't really good at gambling versus the house, right? The house is designed to make money. The fact that Frank's out there and his show's going to be on there will teach people how to at least minimize their losses and hopefully win more than they're losing, and frankly enjoy it more. And the more you learn about it before you go entering into that world, it's not set up for the player to win. Let's be honest. And I think Frank is onto something here. It's really important, and I hope his listeners to this show recommend it.
Let me cover something that's really important. John and I have talked about this, and John, I think I may have even come on your show about this. The biggest form of gambling in the United States of America is the stock market.
100%.
The second biggest form of gambling is Bitcoin. Now, 27% of the daily stock market volume comes from day traders and retail traders. $33 billion a year. $33 billion. Okay. I'm sorry, a day. $33 billion a day. Excuse me. In the online gambling business, it's $1.3 billion a day. So it's about 4% of the gambling that is occurring on the stock market. Now, this all comes from Goldman Sachs. This is all really, solid information. And these day traders are trying to make, whatever they can make to maybe buy a new boat or pay their mortgage or whatever they're doing. Gambling is a gigantic part of American society, unfortunately, or fortunately, as it relates to just the stock market alone. No one has been able, I've been in business 50 years almost. No one's been able to explain to me, to my satisfaction, how the hell you make money in Bitcoin and what it is. No one's been able to explain that to me. Okay. No, I'm being really serious.
No, I agree with you, Frank. I agree.
We're agreeing with you.
No, my son came to me about 4 years ago. He says, Dad, we should buy some Bitcoin. I said, what the hell is it? I mean, is it backed by the United States taxpayer? Is it backed by the Treasury? Nope. Is there real estate behind it? Is there oil and gas behind it? What's the collateral? So I would tell you this, there's been a big shift and a big change in the country. Sports, as you know, Governor, is a major fabric in our society. We love sports. We Americans, we thrive on it. Now it's really become a situation where people really want to wager on their favorite team, or they want to do whatever they want to do. Like I said, we're not in the business of promoting gambling. What we're doing is we're trying to provide information, and with John's help and John's partnership, we're going to have a really big platform or several platform partners that we'll plug into. And the business is too big to ignore. That's all I can say. It's too big to ignore.
Well, and as validated, people love sports. Politically, I always say the reason people love sports is because, and it's always the top 100 shows as far as TV and ratings. 99 of 100 of them are sports, and it's mostly football, NFL, and college football, and generally speaking, the SEC or maybe a Big Ten game. And it's to me, growing up in the world of sports, Frank, you know this with your time with the NBA franchise, is that the players are different races, different religions, different ethnicities. They're from all over the country, all over the world when you come to basketball and hockey and so forth. And none of that matters. It's a level playing field, a meritocracy where everyone has an equal opportunity to compete and succeed. And the last thing you want to see is the zebras, the referees or umpires wrecking the game. Let the players, their skills, their execution, their game plan decided. And I'd look at that as a model for what we should aspire to in society, where everyone has an equal opportunity to compete and succeed based on their own hard work, diligence, merit, popularity in the free marketplace, and not have a government that is picking winners or losing, but being a fair, objective umpire or referee with it. And so I think you'll probably do really, really well with it because of the popularity of it. And in fact, it used to be I remember the CBS, they'd have the Jimmy the Greek. That was the extent of that. Well, you had Vin Scully on there, who my father actually did color with Vin Scully in the NFL. And Vin Scully is just, Hall of Famer.
Well,
but those days, that's all you had was Jimmy the Greek. Now, every game while the game's going on, they're saying, oh, gosh, the point spread, and gosh, hopefully they don't kick a field goal, or gee, just kneel. And so it keeps people's interest in the game. It's almost a symbiotic situation that the networks actually like it. And of course, the pros now, it used to be they didn't want any gambling. Now the NFL and all of them realize they can make money off of it. So now they're promoting it.
Oh, God, yeah.
Contrary to before where they were. And I don't think the integrity of the game is vitally important. There's nothing more important than integrity and governance, living, or especially in sports. And I think it's vitally important that none of these players are fixing games or throwing games and so forth. But the way they find out if they're doing it is actually by gambling. This was one of the fights I had with John McCain when I was in the U.S. Senate. McCain was against all this college gambling, and I said, no, leave it to the states. Was my view. And the way they found out that Arizona basketball team was throwing a game was all of a sudden the spreads changed. The betting spreads were changing. And so in a roundabout way, the gambling network helps detect if there's some anomaly going on or somebody cheating.
Right. Well, John, I want to make an announcement on your show for Past the Wire. The governor just mentioned Jimmy the Greek, who was a household name. He was on every Sunday with Brent Musburger.
Yeah.
Past the Wire has our version, Mike the Greek. And Mike the Greek is going to be coming on once a week. He's a football expert. So we're going to be in the business of promoting not Jimmy the Greek now, God rest his soul, Mike the Greek.
I can't wait. This is going to
smart.
This is Mike the Greek. This is going to be so much fun.
Oh, my God.
Of course, Frank, we got to have you on Godzilla Wins on Saturday, which is our sports show once a week, Saturday, 9 to 11. I'm going to be in eastern Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia at a wedding. But we're going to do that. Chris Saxman's going to be with us. We're going to get Frank on Saturday morning. I think John has got a pick on the Arlington Derby or something.
He has a pick on the Arlington Derby.
We got to have him on, and I had a winner last night, Tampa Bay over the Rangers. So that's good. Frank,
there you go.
Thank you for being with us. We're really excited. Past the Wire Sports launches Monday. It's going to be Monday to Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern, 5 to 6 Central. That's in Tennessee, across all of our radio network, all of our apps, our TV show, JFMN. It's going to be everything. Saxman can't wait. I can't wait. George Allen can't wait. It's going to be fun. We'll see you guys on Saturday, 9:11 a.m. tomorrow on Godzilla Wins. Thanks for being with us, guys. Michael Patrick Leahy next.
Adios.
Analysis, townhall.com.